Hey, baby girl, I'm about to go hop in the shower. When I get out, we head out to the volleyball tournament, okay?
Okay. Oh, can I use my the computer?
Oh, yeah, of course, baby. Of course. Hey, baby girl.
Yeah.
Repetition breeds familiarity.
Familiarity breeds comfort. Comfort breeds complacency or success. We're going for the latter rather than the former.
All right, good deal. Handle business.
Okay.
Hey, remember you're a beast out there. Act like it.
I will.
All right.
Let me see what he got in these emails. Spam. Overdue bills. Not surprised. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Young nigga got it bad 'cause he's broke. What is this? Sarah? Linda? Becky? Amber? Amy? Molly? Ginger? Heather? Karen? Oh, hell no. We are not having this. No, I don't want no Pancake Tuesdays. Oh God, delete. No, I do not want your lemon bars, Karen. Ooh, my dad's gonna get...
Oh, man, I love the game of golf. It was a beautiful day out here today, wasn't it, baby girl? You didn't think it was a nice day today?
Well, I am sweating all over, so... No, I didn't really think it was.
Well, I mean, you got to drive the car. You got to drive the car, and it did have the hood on it, so it kept the sun off for you.
Yeah, but it had no air conditioning.
Well, okay, fair enough. So, we're going to get something to eat, right?
Of course.
Cool.
And you're obviously paying, right?
Always. Man, golf is a fun sport. Hey, I drove the ball pretty well today, don't you think?
Pretty well to the far right, yeah?
But, okay, even though I went right, my iron game was really good, and I was able to fight my way out of that.
Yeah, but you hit it into the sand, and you did that quite often, might I add.
Even when I went in the sand, my chip was really tight, so I was able to get out of there and get close to the flag.
After 3 times.
You have to admit, though, my putting game was really good, and it saved me a lot of the times from all of the bad hits I had out in the fairway.
And it only took you 11 holes. Listen, until you get a good golfing game, I'm going to keep giving you shit.
I'm improving. I mean, since I've gotten started, haven't I got a lot better?
Yes, you've gotten better since your injury.
We don't have to talk about my shoulder, but I mean, that's another reason why it's coming along slowly, but, you know, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it.
Sure.
I just don't see it. And okay, let's just say for the sake of the conversation that he did exist. If Jesus died for our sins, why are we still praying to be forgiven now? Shouldn't we be good? Or it doesn't work like that? It's like it expired, need a coupon, or what?
Well, he talked about it. He talked about it with his disciples. You know, he gave an analogy. So they walked around in sandals. They had dusty feet. And Jesus was talking to them about, you don't have to, he's talking about them being washed, and he's speaking about their sins. And the disciple that's washing his foot, oh, Lord, don't just wash my head, but wash me whole. And he was talking about the idea that there's the initial forgiveness that takes place when you're forgiven and you become a follower of Christ. And then there's the day-to-day stuff where it's, I do something wrong, I can ask the Lord to forgive me for that thing, but I don't have to start the process all over again and start from the beginning. I don't have to start from scratch. It's the idea that if I've sinned, if I've done wrong, what is sin? Sin is a breaking of the law. What is sin? Sin is missing the mark. That's how biblically defined. It's missing the mark. So if I've missed the mark on something, whatever it might be, then I can go and ask for forgiveness for that specific thing. So that's how that works.
Is that a passage or is that rationalization, sir?
No, it's a passage. Let me pull this up. First things first. Let me get you this.
He died for. So he died. So okay, he's like a bookie. He basically got the note on all of our sins, and we got to check in with him. So we got to pay him back.
Wait, a bookie.
He's like a bookie. He's a bookie for our sins. So like he basically took on our sins, but we got to check in with him if we cash in the sins so he can get his share. I'm just saying, he didn't necessarily, if we were forgiven, we could, kind of get buck wild with it. But basically what he's saying is that's the predecessor or the intercessor between him and his father, but he is his father. But I'm just saying, he's like a bookie then, right? He's basically a bookie then. So he took on all our sins so we could have our loyalty and praise and whatnot. So I'm gonna handle y'all sins, but you better holler at me every now and again. Or it's gonna be hell to pay, literally.
No. That's not quite how. No.
That makes a little more sense.
All right. So
I think you kind of put packaging on it, but that's what you're saying, basically.
Let's unpack what you said.
Okay.
I don't live in fear of being struck down when I do wrong, because when you're in the family, you're in the family. Your daughter would never not be your daughter because she is your child. And because I've given my life to Christ, he's changed my life. I will never not be his son. And with that comes privileges, which means that if I mess up, I can not only go to him and ask forgiveness. If it's something that gets a hold of me, I can ask him to help me to deal with it.
Do you have strong opinions and you're looking for a way to express them? Are you tired of carbon copy sports radio that infests the airwaves? Do you have creative concepts and ideas that you want to share with the world? Then this is not the commercial for you. This commercial is all about
Kinko's University.
That's right. Kinko's University gets you prepared for the podcasting world when you don't have the chops for it. If you're one of the many people looking to get into podcasting, but you just don't have the skill, Kinko's University is the university for you.
I want to do a podcast, but where do I start? And what do I talk about? Kinko's University.
Don't worry. Here at Kinko's University, the first thing we teach you about is OPP. That's right, other people's perspective. So you can always have something to talk about, getting it from another source.
Podcasting looks fun. But do I really have to do all that research and show prep? Kinko's University.
Absolutely not. Here at Kinko's, we have classes like No Preparation 101, where we teach you to get around all of that pesky show prep because we know you don't have the time.
I wonder what the best time slot is to get the most listeners. Kinko's University.
Don't worry. Here at Kinko's, we have a class called Recycling Ideas 101. Where you can find a time slot that works and just jump in that slot to try to make it happen for yourself.
Kinko's University. I want to come up with new content and subject matter, but I'm not that creative. Kinko's University.
You'll also take Regurgitation 101, which will help you come up with other people's subject matter that you can recycle and make your own. That's right, here at Kinko's, we teach you how to get around hard work, getting new wrinkles in your brain, and having to work hard at your craft. Come to Kinko's, where you can take these top courses with top teachers. Most people that go to Kinko's graduate with Kinko's degrees, that's right, as master copiers. Kinko's University, for the skilled impaired.
Kinko's University is not a real university and is not accredited. You don't actually learn any skills. You just learn how to mimic people who have actual skill.
Underground Road Show with that ninja. All aboard, have your tickets ready because the train has arrived. Delayed or on time, it's time to get on board.
What's going on, fam? This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Thank you for coming aboard. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. I apologize. I did mean to start at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock Central, not where the markets are based, but with a much more lifestyle-friendly time zone. Even when the games start late, they don't start at 9 o'clock. I'm still tripping on that. Thank you for coming aboard and rolling with me. Truly appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. The title of today's show is The Complicit Accomplice. The Complicit Accomplice. I'll elaborate on that title shortly. Going to start with a couple of little side things first. The Complicit Accomplice. It's almost redundant. It's somewhat redundant, but I just wanted to use that title anyway. To be complicit is to be involved with others in illegal activity or wrongdoing. To be an accomplice is a person who helps another commit a crime. I'll explain the title and why I'm saying that. And when I speak about being the complicit accomplice, there are a lot of places I can take that, a lot of angles I can go, but it kind of revolves around and centers around not one determining factor, but one reoccurring entity. When I speak about the complicit accomplice, I am, of course, speaking about
Amerikkka. Amerikkka. Amerikkka.
Shout out to the homie Pop. But I'm mainly speaking about that. I'll give you a brief history about America during its times of war, just a little perspective, my thoughts on it and why I use that title. And what would I call it? The blind willingness of some to essentially sacrifice themselves in the name of really a group of people that don't give a fuck about them. But I'll elaborate on that. But thank you for coming aboard and rolling with me, man. I truly appreciate it. Okay, let's start here before we do intros. First thing, this is somewhat late. Didn't necessarily talk about it a lot on, and I did the show on Wednesday. And with everything I did talk about, I didn't talk about Juneteenth. I assumed if anybody was going to do anything, they did it during the weekend. And just a quick question, and you can just throw this in the chat, and I'll catch that when I catch it, and I'll go over it when I get to it. But did anybody do anything for Juneteenth, and if so, what? Now, myself, I was kind of busy. I was working, doing side yards, and helping my boy and shit. So I was doing some other shit. And I'm gonna ask some of y'all before the end of the show. I'll wait till the middle of the show for everybody to leave. But I was kind of busy working and whatnot. I was doing stuff. So I was side hustling and whatnot. So I was working. Generally, I would try to barbecue or some shit like that. Really, my only point in asking, I know a lot of people might have been busy, and I get that. Some people get off of work, some people don't. It landed on an odd day, so it kind of rolls into the weekend. But I'll just say this. If we're going to, celebrate anything as far as fellowship, kick it, just chill, just whatever it may be, it's not the worst day to celebrate. The day we actually were, and, free is relative if we're really getting into the history, which we've done a multitude of times and a multitude of ways on the show, on the train. But if we're going to celebrate something, I just, over the years, and I keep saying the same thing, when their Independence Day rolls around, and I say their Independence Day because us receiving the exact same education as a white person is crazy because our experiences and our history here is different. So there's no way there cannot be a conflict, especially when you exclude history that mainly concerns us, especially if it shows the things that you did in a negative manner. I mean, even the educational system was a complicit accomplice in the brainwashing that they subjugated us and our parents and our ancestors to, because it really is a crime in itself. But coming off of cattle slavery, I mean, you probably didn't look at it like that. There are a lot of things disguised as help that probably helped in some ways, but the negative side wasn't really looked at it. And being forced into an educational system that didn't differ from the people that we just got freed from, and that again, we've been at war with them. And I said I was going to speak about this country and how they act during times of war. Make no mistake about it. During our bondage, that was war.
it likes to be called. There are a lot of ways to call it, but that was war. Every time there was an uprising, that was a battle. It was a constant battle. The history isn't told that way because they knew we were constantly fighting back and killing, and it took raising generations here and doing, having, goddamn, what did they call it? Like, they never mentioned what is the proper name? The breeding houses. That's not be the proper name, but, it didn't matter if it was kin or whatever. They actually thought that made stronger people or some bullshit like that. But there was some areas where they just bred niggas. And the ones that they were breeding that were here that they could, brainwash from fucking birth, didn't have a sense of history when you're shipping them. That's when they could start to try to make a slave. And even then, you still have people. But, not to get lost on it, but for that not to be part of the curriculum, I digress. Point being that the same history being taught is normalized as it is and as frustrating as it may be for some people to hear. And instead of hearing me, they'll just, start on a rant about other things. It shouldn't be that way. And there should be the same way they pull people to the side that had X amount of Indian blood in them. There should have been a separate class for us. Really, it should have been taught to everybody. And this is the Underground Railroad show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. And that slight rant, but it's somewhat, according to the title. Because, our history here with the whites, that's a war. Ongoing war, if you're paying attention. I digress. After the Holocaust, in the areas where it took place, they don't hide it. If you're actually trying to build a society and, harmony or whatever the fuck you want to call it, you can't do it hiding your history and getting mad when the people that were victims of your history or their ancestors bring it up. Because, and again, I have these conversations with a lot of the whites, and that's the only way I know to say it. So I know their normal reaction. Very few to zero are reasonable. Even the ones that are willing to have a conversation, whether it be by choice or be by birthright, they always draw false equivalence, maybe to, give their ancestors a pass and justify being able to look at it the way they look at it. But they speak about it, but they always find a way just to kind of wiggle a little bit. Always false equivalence. Because speaking about any bondage outside of chattel slavery in this country is not relevant to the relationship of black people, white people in this country, and the way this country treats black people. That's the only thing that's relevant to that conversation. And I found that they always want to go back to when somebody that may have looked like them was enslaved. And I'm like, that's cute, but it has nothing to do with this conversation. Point being is that they don't hide the history. Like here it's hid, and not only was it hid there's a reason they started history at 1492, because if you go back any further than that, it's a lot of ninjas. Whole lot of ninjas. So there's a reason they started it when they started it, and they still had to do a lot of editing. We were told on the day that these savage motherfuckers, quote unquote, gained independence from the great power or whatever they called them then, the redcoats. We were taught that was our fucking Independence Day. That was a flat out goddamn lie. And for us to be taught that by our teachers with a straight face is fucking incredible. Now the white ones, I get it. And you're not, there's no way you teach history or you're grown and you don't realize that wasn't our fucking Independence Day. We were enslaved. And in fact, just a side note, and I spoke about this on a show a while back. Every year during their Independence Day, I talk about somebody black that helped to. The other thing about that makes the Independence Day bullshit is they don't teach about the black people that made their independence. The Rhode Island Regiment, the first all-black regiment, they were monsters. If not for them, these motherfuckers wouldn't have won. The only reason America won that damn battle, that war, is black people. And they don't teach that part because, again, they're trying to show their superiority. We would not, the reason why it's insulting that they teach us that's our Independence Day is because in the historical context of what was actually going on, the Brits were actually inviting ninjas over to join them, and go into arms to go kill the motherfuckers they were just enslaved by. Not the worst deal in the world. So if you're in that battle, if you're a prisoner of war, We can find better ways to phrase this. You know, their phrasing is what it is. But if you're a prisoner of war during that time, a prisoner of war of the native whites in America, and the other whites in the red coats, you know, snazzy little uniforms, they say, you know, you can come over here and kill those motherfuckers, you know, you can get your freedom. Now, they're not to be trusted either. They're the originals. But that's still a better deal than what you have. So you're going to tell me that if you're around during that time, you're rooting for these motherfuckers? You wouldn't have been rooting for them. You would have been rooting for the redcoats. You would have been trying to go over there and turncoat. I spoke about, I cannot remember his name right now. They had a double agent. One of the first double agents. It was a ninja. He pretended like he was with the redcoats, fed them bullshit information, went back and told them the real shit to help him out. There were multiple black people that made contributions that if not for them, they would have lost that shit. They were getting their ass kicked when they started recruiting ninjas. We're better at everything. That's all it is to it. But they can't put that in there. You can't sell all that white hero bullshit. And I don't know what else to call it, because that's what it was. That wasn't what won the fucking war for them. We did. Which is crazy. Which is crazy that any of us even participated in that bullshit. Which is fucking crazy. But again, crazy ass circumstances. I mean, anything was better than being in bondage, I guess. The Rhode Island Regiment. My man that was a double agent, his name escapes me right now. The third woman to be published, first black person. She wrote inspirational poems about the country again. Shit's crazy, but I forget her name. I talked about all of them on one particular show, but the point is that even when they speak about their bullshit, and I should say this for the bullshit Independence Day show, it's still not sincere, because if it was, they speak about all the black people, and if it wasn't for them, they would have lost fucking war. They don't speak about them because they're trying to get credit to a certain group. So it's bullshit from the beginning. It's insulting for us to be taught that was our Independence Day. It wasn't. We should have been told about what the circumstances that our ancestors were dealing with were at the time. But if they teach us that, boom, wait a minute. So what if that's the case? Where did this happen? When did this? It starts the cycle of you thinking about it and looking into it. It was a motherfucking crime. And the fact that we didn't have any representatives that knew and understood that is crazy. You know what? I'll stop. That's too much. Point being is that they were complicit accomplices in what is quietly one of the most evil things ever done to a group of people. We can talk about everything else, but if we're talking about so-called nonviolent shit, that was so fucking wrong. Because it's so ingrained now that anything to the contrary is met with vitriol. And that's both sad and infuriating in concert. And just for perspective, because sometimes people can't understand how crazy it is, you have to imagine Jewish people. And you know how America feels about them. Alleged Jewish people, let me say that. Speaking about DNA. Imagine them being under German rule. Basically, this white rule. You can pretend like it's not. But imagine them being under a German majority that has all the foundation because they murdered their way to the top, which isn't too far from the truth to believe. And in their curriculum, the Holocaust was just a slight disagreement and a bump in history that doesn't really matter now. They don't teach it. Don't talk about it. The internment camps were strict vacations. The ovens were technically unsound saunas. And if that sounds crazy, it's way worse what they did to us. That's my only point. Just imagine Jewish people being told to not speak about that by a fucking German. That's us. The shit's insulting. There should be some type of entity that teaches the real history. My whole point before I went on that rant is they don't hide that over there. There are things that talk about the Holocaust and there are monuments and shit like that. It's in the open. That's how you get past it. These motherfuckers don't want to get past it. They want us to shut up and they want to continue being themselves. That's the problem. They know how to fix it. They just rather us be. Again, I can't. Celebrating that Independence Day is celebrating a bunch of motherfuckers that want to be dead. Fuck them. Fuck that day. Fuck the people you're celebrating. I would have much rather they got slaughtered. If we're looking at it from a historical context. I know extreme brainwashing is a motherfucking maybe like, well, I know these whites. I don't want to go fool with the other whites. Maybe that's what they would think. I know these savages. What are these savages going to do? But I mean, either way, I digress. the point in that rant is I actually think it would be beneficial if we blasé their Independence Day. I mean, we can still kick it in fellowship. It's no different than, we know Thanksgiving is bullshit, but most of the time you still kick it with family. It's just about fellowship and enjoying your people. Same thing on that day, but, happy 4th. I'm just saying, you can say it's not a big deal, but what would be the day if it was reversed? If a German ruled and Jewish people still lived there because they didn't have anybody saying, come here and get away from America said, come here and get away from the terrible Germans. Who told us to come get away from the terrible whites? Who said that to our ancestors once they were allegedly freed? To nothing. Nobody. We were stuck. But if they were made to stay there, their history wouldn't be, there wouldn't be anything about the Holocaust. It'd be very brief. And they tell you about the German man that freed the Jews. His name was Heinz Miskenberg. And he let all the Jewish people free with his declaration and such and such and such and such. In every Jewish story, in every Jewish movie, there'd always be a German person in there making sure they get everything done. Hey, look, all the Jewish movies where they have a German hero, all the heroes will be German. All the stars in TV will be German, but there'd be 2 or 3 Jewish people in every cast like black people on Disney. I'm just saying, that would be Jack, right? But that would be the equivalent. That's exactly how we're living. But if they were serious about it, you'd have to, instead of them saying it would hurt they don't want to hurt their kids shouldn't be made to feel bad or whatever bullshit they said. If you're actually trying to solve the issue, you would teach it and then you could get past it. But you can't teach it and acknowledge it without doing anything about it. And they don't want to do anything about it because they're proud about it. They just want to shut up about it. Same thing Malcolm said. They haven't changed. The complicit accomplice in that regard is America being America. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. That rant went a little bit too long. Let me do these intros. Quick TSA update. And for those who may be saying, who is this TSA that you speak of?
Hello, good people. This is a PSA from TSA. You are listening to the Underground Railroad Show at Spreaker.com. I am the great TSA with my assistant, That Ninja. I'm sorry for the lack of attendance. I was busy spiking faces and beating data dominoes. TSA out.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
She doesn't beat me at dominoes every time. But latest TSA update, she did win the last game. Hey, listen, this is fucked up. We was kind of down to the last hand. It was 450. We were going to 500. It was like 4. No, I didn't get 450. It was about 450. 450. Right around, I think it was about 450 to 450. No, I was around 430. Maybe she had 440. So I had about 425, 430. She had 440. We're going to 500. We go to the last hand. I lay out block ones. She doesn't have any ones. She pulls from the jump. Now she's complaining a little bit, and I'm over there cussing out loud because it's not a matter of how many. Dominoing isn't important. Scoring is important. She pulls like 3 or 4 bones, maybe even more than that, maybe 5 bones before she found a one. The only thing she did was increase her odds of scoring. The object right here is to get out. We're only going to 500. Every time she pulls a bunch of bones, it doesn't really go in my favor because she's going to count. That's what she does. She yanks all those bones up. I'm down by about maybe 20 points. So she's got 440. I probably got 420. So I'm down by about 20 points. She scored 60 in that one damn hand because she got all them damn bones. So technically speaking, she did beat me in dominoes again. But that's not the point. She doesn't beat me every time.
Hey, slow down. Watch your speed.
Although I am 0 for the last 1, 2, 3. I'm 0 for the last 4 games.
Struggling.
Latest TSA update, and this is late. What I forgot to say last show was we did another little cooking date, what we call it, and we did fried rice. Hey, but just regular. I don't think I said this last time. Maybe I did get this out. I
I don't think I did when I was listening to the replay. But we did fried rice with just egg fried rice, but no meat. So I actually went meatless that day for the most part. Something about this feels familiar. I think maybe I told y'all this. But the fried rice came out fire. She did most of the cooking. But that was mainly what we did for Father's Day. And then when we did get together for Domino's, she managed to beat me with that janky ass hand. That last hand was bullshit. It actually would have been better off if she didn't have to pull extra bones. That was just janky.
Motherfucker.
That was to the Domino's. All right, man, let's do intros. Then we'll get into the crux of the show. And might even do my NBA take. First. Checked out the finals, man. A few thoughts on that. Outside of the obvious. Pretty good basketball being played. First man aboard the train, Sluggo the motherfucking helmet. What's going on, sir? Thank you for coming aboard. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. I got your cows, sir. Let's see here. Got them, sir. Sluggo laughing at lemon bars. Classic commercial. You know what? He didn't come aboard the train with his usual, but if I'm going to do it anyway, he didn't put it in here, but coming aboard the train with his usual. Good afternoon or evening.
Motherfucker.
You slipping, sir. What's wrong with your intro?
Motherfucker.
Get it together. JBJ said, baby girl could easily be an actress. That girl's got talent. I'd agree, sir. I'd agree. And I struggle with that. You know, I talked about how I didn't really have a soundbite that was essentially female based. Like when I give out the ballers, you know, I got to That Boy's Got Talent. That Boy Good. I got those, but I don't really have. I only had one thing that kind of went towards female. So that's something I got to work on. It's something that's actually the equivalent. So I got to work on that. And excuse me, looking right now. What am I? That is wild. So yeah. Sorry about that pause. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy that Ninja. Let's do that. Interesting. Okay. I apologize. Somewhat of a glitch right there. All right, we're going to keep it pushing. Got Chef McFeezy on the train. What up, McFeezy? JBJ having a little studio issue here, sir. Might be one of them evenings. But JBJ is finding a lot of things that I'm slipping on. And again, check something here. That is awkward. JBJ said, if Jesus died for our sins, why are we still suffering? Hasn't it? Hey, JBJ, stop listening. I didn't think anybody was paying attention. Like when I slide little subtle things in there like that, I'll be honest with you, I didn't even think most people are paying attention. You stupid. Oh, shit. Hey, sir, I appreciate you noticing. That's funny.
You hear you? I hear you.
JBJ said, if Jesus died for our sins, why are we still suffering? Has it expired? Do we need any coupons? You was listening for real. I'm sorry. Some people might think it's too much. I didn't think anybody was listening for real. I didn't think it was. Oh, I'm just saying, sir. Oh. the word be flip-flopping and shit. Just a tad bit, sir. Just a tad bit. As you can see, I'm having some studio issues. I'm seeing if I can correct those now. Ah. Okay. Interesting. Sorry, sir. I had a brief studio issue. But thank you again. JBJ has a knack for finding everything that, for whatever reason, didn't transfer over to my files. When I get time, I'm going to go back and grab all the little things. I'm taking note. To quote JBJ earlier, baby girl could easily be an actress. Just use your imagination and put in the female version. Got to work on that. JBJ says, Sluggo, if it was mid 90s up here in Virginia, and it would be in the hundreds tomorrow. Ooh, yeah, man. And I meant to say that. Let me say that too. But yeah, and I meant to say that at the top of the show, sir. Thank you for that. Thank you for the reminder. Very important. I work outside. It's normal for me or whatever. I know how to hydrate. Hey, man, if anybody works outside, you already know. But if you working in your yard or whatever, doing something outside, and outside isn't your thing, you're an office person, you're a work at home person. You build up a certain tolerance when you're outside, to a certain degree. Be careful if you're not used to the heat, especially if you don't hydrate properly. And hydration actually includes water. It took me a minute to figure this out, but there are actually grown-ass people that don't like drinking water. Listen, I know water is yucky. I guess you got an 8-year-old mentality. You actually have to drink that shit. It's not really a choice. You actually have to drink that shit. You have to drink water. You don't really have a choice. Grown-ass people don't like drink water. I found that shit out later on in life. I'm like, are you serious? You think it's an option? You pretty much have to do that. But if you work outside, hydrate. If you're cutting your grass and all that good shit, hydrate. I say that because I was going to bring on Light Skywalker, but he is taking care of his yard. So I'll bring him in at one point to go back over the NBA season. I have some poignant questions for him. But Light Skywalker's taking care of his yard. Stay hydrated, sir. You know that the Lord didn't bless you with as much melanin as the people that you call the darkies. So, you need to be out there in full Arab mode and one of them nice light hats, preferably one that cools with water. And you need to hydrate about every 30 minutes. That's what happens when you got the Shalimar color going on. To quote JBJ, Sluggo, if it was the mid-90s up here in Virginia, and it will be in the hundreds tomorrow.
Jesus.
This weekend, it was hot. It was real out there, boy. It was real out there. I knocked some yards out with my boy. Man, it was real out there. I said, boy, I'm glad I've been moving around. I stopped and hydrated more than usual. I usually just run through some shit. It's about 5 houses, but I mean, they're just regular-sized houses and shit. I knocked out the groundwork right quick. I actually had to stop a few times, hydrate, stop for a second. I said, this is some bullshit. But in my defense, the night before, I went to my boy's spot and I did too much. I cats be like, hey, man, get your drink, all that shit. So that mean I did too much. I did too much at my boy's spot. I really did. And I should have stopped and ate some fries and shit, but I didn't want to do that because I had some food at home that wasn't greasy. But I should have ate some fries just because of how much alcohol I drunk. But at any rate, I digress. TMI. Point being that the night before, I didn't really prep. I got my rest, but that was a lot of alcohol consumption. Now, I did get up and do a whole lot of hydrating before I even left. But, yeah, it was real out there this weekend. It was real. It's actually summer now. That's why when people talking about the heat before, I said, no, it's nice right now. I'm not going to say anything till the real heat come. When it actually gets hot, that's when all those real little annoying-ass bugs start popping up. They don't come out till it's 90+. When it's 90+ consistently, that's when all those little annoying-ass bugs start flying. Them little white motherfuckers and all that shit that come out your grass if you let it get too high. That's when those motherfuckers take over. Yeah, the heat is real. The heat is real, sir. Sluggo said,
Jesus.
Is right, sir. Is right. JBJ said, what happened to the look out intro? Hey, man. Hey, listen. I can explain that. And I think I told you. But JBJ said, what happened to the look out intro?
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch. You're robbing us, you son of a bitch. You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
JBJ, I'd have to find something comparable. It doesn't feel right doing it without being able to play the music behind it. It just doesn't sound right. Like I ran a couple of test runs and listened to it. It sounds funny. Like I did it. I didn't really have any. I don't have anything I can really play behind it that sounds worth a damn. That's not copywritten. And I ran a few little tests just doing that. Maybe at one point, man, but it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. But I will say I could just come in saying that, but it doesn't feel right coming in saying that, without, in that lower octave, without the, so you know what? I thought about that, man. You're the first person to say something about it. I thought about it, but honestly, it sounds crazy without the music. Sounds crazy without the music.
You're robbing us, you son of a bitch.
Sluggo said, yeah. Exactly. And this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. And again, have some quick thoughts on the NBA. And I'll probably give you those before I get into the crux of the show. None of this is going to run too long depending on the chat. But mainly for a lot of reasons. And I spoke about this on the show. I spoke about this, I believe, with Light Skywalker. When the Detroit Pistons beat the Lakers that won championship, I remember, again, it was one of the many things that made me really fall out with the media. Because they didn't pick Detroit, they didn't give them any respect when they won the title. After Detroit won that title, the entire news media and the entire conversation was Shaq or Kobe. Who did the Lakers pick? What are they going to do? They went directly into that. They didn't talk about Detroit at all. Some of the most disrespectful shit ever. One of the reasons I kind of hate the media. And I truly believe, unfortunately, that whichever way that they go, most people go that way with them, but that's another story. But I'll never forget that. Detroit did everything the media claims to love, team game, all that good shit. I'm not going to get in all that no superstar bullshit because you're not putting anybody above Rasheed Wallace. I don't care about media coverage. Give me him against Rasheed Wallace in his prime. Put anybody else in this position up against him and let's watch that shit. Miss me with that. That motherfucker was special, but I digress. Point being, they won the title, didn't get any respect at all. Didn't get any real coverage like they should have. It was bullshit. For that reason, I'm going to give the NBA Finals their props. It is the finals. And the champion, I'll give you my thoughts on him before I push on from that. Sluggo said, America is out here dropping bombs.
Amerikkka.
On countries and then demanding a peace deal. That's like somebody sucker punching you and then asking, hey, can we get along? Exactly.
What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you?
This motherfucker dropped bombs and said, now is the time for peace.
You hear you? I hear you. You hear you? I hear you. Amerikkka.
What? Nigga, please. What? Nigga, please.
JBJ said, if you didn't grill out for Juneteenth, then don't grill out for the 4th. I agree.
What? Nigga, please.
JBJ said, if you didn't grill out for Juneteenth, then don't grill out for the 4th. I'd have to agree with that. And honestly, I mean, again, if you just want to kick it with family or whatever, that's fine. You just want to kick it with family, whatever, that's fine. I think it's important to not just go along to get along and act like that day means something to us. Would the Jewish people aren't made to celebrate German holidays. I don't think that Jewish people are getting really hyped up for Oktoberfest. I'm just saying, like, let me know. I mean, if there's a huge Jewish contingent talking about and thriving, and, you know, you can show them pictures when they're a kid and when they take field trips to Oktoberfest and they're wearing the t-shirts and shit and wearing German clothes and shit. I'm just saying, I don't know. Something tells me that doesn't go down. I could be wrong. Something tells me that might be considered offensive, but somehow it's not for us. Okay. Sluggo said I didn't do anything for Juneteenth this year. I mean, I didn't either. I was working. But I think it should be a thing. Sluggo said I had my Juneteenth food for Father's Day. Nothing wrong with that, sir. Hey, sir, did you get cooked for, or did y'all go out, or was there takeout or something like that? What happened with you? You must have got the home cooking. I'd imagine the home cooking. I think you mentioned that before, actually. I would say, if I had to guess, you was on some home cooking. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Biden, just a time of what I had to do couldn't be helped. The rain, that's the other thing. Like, okay, it's hot in the motherfucker now. The rain's been crazy down here. I don't know how it's been hidden, to the east of me and to the west of me, northeast, to the west of me. I don't know how y'all's weather pattern has been as far as rain. It's been crazy here, like crazy enough to where it's hard to get to your stuff. Like, no, I do okay at work. It's not like normal people, like it rains, we done for the day. We can move around. A lot of things can still be cut. There's always something to do. But just for your house, the timing of the rain has been terrible. Like, my yard was looking crazy until I was able to get to it because it kept raining. Point being that a lot of people were behind. A lot of people that cut after work or even to cut during work were behind because of the rain. And the grass was really high because it was raining so much, which is unprecedented for this time of year. So this is a lot of rain for us in fucking June. May and June, really. But June has been crazy. It's just now drying up, even though we got a chance for spot showers. But it's been raining like crazy. Now, after a couple of weeks of this heat, the grass is going to slow down if you don't have irrigation. Again, unnecessary information. JBJ said, Sluggo preach. Negative 47 is backtracking like a motherfucker. Damn it. I'm sorry. It's just annoying to me that JBJ keeps requesting things that for some reason, you know what? I take that back. That for some reason, I haven't been able to find. But, I actually remember what this one was. But JBJ, again, thank you for these requests. Some of these allowed me to go back and find some things, and the other ones allowed me to remember where I actually put these things. Some of them I was, thinking one way when I put them in the categories. But after doing all that transference of information onto the hard drive, man, my brain was damn near cooked. But again, thank you for these reminders. JBJ said, Sluggo preach. Negative 47 is backtracking like a motherfucker. You know what? I'm actually robbing you a little bit. Negative 47 is backtracking like a motherfucker.
Hope those white bitches get tear gassed.
Haven't been able to find that.
I hope those white bitches get tear gassed. I hope those white bitches get tear gassed.
I believe it was Sidney Jackson on Facebook, that the great Sidney Jackson, that posted that this orange motherfucker might have just got us in World War III. Upon further investigation, I agree with his assessment. Sluggo said, if they taught real history, there's no way this country could continue to consist and glide day to day without a ton of resistance. So they simply act as if it never happened, and then name call when it's brought up. Get the fuck out of here. The name call thing is hysterical too. The way they get upset with facts is incredible. If they taught real history, there's no way this country could continue to coast and glide day to day without a ton of resistance. So they simply act as if it never happened and then name call when it's brought up. Get the fuck out of here. Facts, sir. Facts.
Something wrong? Yeah. It's just too bad you don't know what it is. Brother.
That doesn't necessarily apply. This is better.
What the hell did you just say?
You black, you live in America, you in trouble. I can't get you in no trouble.
Drinking on air. My apologies. And this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Let me get through this chat. And again, thank y'all for the back and forth. I appreciate it. As I always say, I can consider it to be therapeutic, which makes all of you my de facto therapists. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the session. Sluggo said, JBJ said, Sluggo, you preaching today.
Amen, preacher.
Sluggo said, most kids are brainwashed. Wait a minute, let me adjust this light. Wrong side. These damn updates. And that is much better. Light down to nothing. Yeah, that explains it. Oh, there we go. All right. Sluggo said, most kids are brainwashed and raised to believe the adults are without fault. That adults are without fault. So when you're in a classroom environment, you don't have your antenna up that your teachers are standing before you either telling bold-faced lies or are passing down bold-faced lies told to them. Sir?
Amen, preacher.
Sluggo said, imagine if the so-called Jews were forced to drive down streets and visiting parks that honor the Nazis. How about that? How about that? And honestly, this is just what I do. It's why I like this time of year. I got time to talk about these things. And when football season starts, I only have time to talk about football. Anything else that comes up, I have to do a separate show. Because when I get into football, I really take a dive deep. But I'm just giving like insight on the reason why I do the show the way I do it and the way I talk the way I talk. Because if the only thing they get from us is words, all I should hear is thank you. They throw tantrums over elections and attack the country. So if the only thing that we're doing is speaking about and talking about the history to understand who we are and understand our position in the country and how they're using the same language to pretend like they can't fix the same savage behavior. That's all. That's all. If you know that and pay attention, you'll see it. It's the same bullshit over and over again. It's just different verbiage. It's what Dr. King in the 60s, Dr. King said, now is not time to fall victim to the tranquilizing drug of symbolism or gradualism. And I'm, stopping that halfway through, but that first part. Now is not the time to fall victim to the tranquilizing drug of symbolism and gradualism. Let's think about those deep ass lines. The tranquilizing drug. I'm comfortable. I'm good. The tranquilizing drug of symbolism. Look at that statue. Look at that street. Look at that building they named after somebody. What did they do that's tangible that's going to affect how we're treated and how we move in this country? Nothing at all, but look at that statue. If in the 60s, symbolism was bullshit, gradualism, oh, we're going to do it, but not right now. We're going to do it, but not if y'all talk about it like that. We're going to do it, but you have to present it in a way that we like. We're going to do it, but let's attach something to it that allows us to benefit as well. Oh, we're not going to do, no, America feels just like Kamala Harris does. I'm not going to stand here and say I'm going to do something just for black people. No. She was speaking for the country. That's your job when you're in those positions. I don't think you get to have that job unless you voice that opinion, whether you mean it or not. I don't think you get to keep those jobs. Again, on it. He didn't do what they wanted. They looked at him and said, and blew his head off in broad fucking daylight. JBJ said, great analogy, sir. Appreciate it, sir. Appreciate it.
That boy is good.
In some instances, because we're so used to it. We've been dealing with a slow IV drip of brainwashing through the educational system for years. At this point, it's ingrained. You can still, I used to say this to baby girl, go to school and write down the correct answers for the test. And when you come home, I'll tell you the right ones. She smiled and said, I like that. And I was speaking about, obviously, history. Mainly history class in that sense. But when they were doing history or whatever, she was telling me the way it was being taught. I said, okay. Because I was telling us some things. I said, okay, go to school and write down the correct, because, it's some things were being said. And I was like, hey, listen, I said, there's nothing wrong with understanding the truth. Just go to school, write down the correct answers for the test. And when you come home, we can talk about it and I'll tell you the right answers. So history's always been shaky. It's extreme. That IV drip that they've been, it's so damn evil on the low. It's evil disguised as, look at this education you're getting. Hey, Negroes, we're educating you. Hey, listen, we're giving you a top-notch education. Did you learn about the father of the country, George Washington? He's your father. He fathered the country. Hello, class. Today we talk about Hitler. Greenberg, give me your speech on Hitler. This shit is retarded. It's really stupid when you think about it. It's so fucking crazy. Oh, wickedly brilliant.
I hope those white bitches get tear
Wicked
gassed.
brilliant. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy.
That boy is good.
Thanks, JBJ. Oh, that shit's crazy. Oh shit. Imagine Professor Van Buren telling Goldberg, your book report on Adolf is insufficient. You get a C. You fell out of the honor roll because your history report on Adolf was fucked up. That's what all the motherfuckers they talking about in the history books, that's what they were to us. They were Hitler. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, Goldberg, your average then went down. How dare you not respect the father of Amerikkka? Oh, this gotta laugh to keep from crying. Oh, this is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, that ninja. Oh, shit, I apologize. Whoops, wrong one. My bad. Whew. To the majority of the history teachers that I've had, maybe it wasn't your fault, but some of you.
Fuck you, and fuck you. Who's next?
You hypocrite motherfuckers. You hypocrite motherfuckers. You hypocrite motherfuckers.
I don't think I could do that with a straight face. I don't think I could sit there and teach bullshit like that with a straight face. I don't know. I guess you can for a check. That would have to do something with your inner being. Like ABM talked about it even in college and
even at HBCUs, they don't really dive. You can dive into it for yourself, but they don't dive into that shit either. For what I've been told, they really don't dive into it either. Because the way that you would need to dive, the only chance of somebody diving into it correctly will be a black person. There are exceptions to the rule. There's an old white woman that'll tell the truth now. I'm surprised they haven't tried to take her out. But there are always some that will speak the truth, but you're not going to have many professors. There are a lot of foreign professors at these schools. They're not going to speak about that with any kind of passion. My apologies. Hopefully you're still with me. Yeah, me and StreamYard are gonna have to have a talk. Again, this is not my damn net, dude. This is not my internet. But there's been a couple of glitches. I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on. Maybe it's the browser I'm using, I don't know. That's the second glitch I've had. I'm able to jump back on, but that's beside the point. I shouldn't be dealing with that at all. It allowed me to continue. I should not be dealing with that. Let me see what they've done. How's the studio right here? Oh, okay. It's still set up. That's interesting. I don't get that. That's interesting. So, that's happened about 2 times, maybe 3, but I've had multiple shows where that didn't occur. Again, still getting used to the platform. Obviously, things like that happening.
Go to hell.
Something's going to have to give with that. JBJ said.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Sluggo said, Nick asked ChatGPT to help you cheat in Bones, sir. What is ChatGPT? Hey, listen, man, y'all know I'm not up on shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. What the fuck is ChatGPT? I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Put me on game. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, dude. Ask ChatGPT to help you cheat in Bones, sir. I don't need ChatGPT, man. I don't need ChatGPT. The problem is, dude, that every female I've taught, child or not, how to play Bones, they've always fared well against me. Let me just say that. Every old school, if you're an old school listener, you will probably remember that QT used to beat me quite a bit. And we're talking about competitive, not playing around at all games. And it would always come down to like the last house. And I, completely taught QT how to play. And afterwards, I can't even front. She used to whoop my ass on a regular basis. I mean, it's not like I was getting stomped out, but I was losing like a motherfucker. So I don't know. I'm hesitant to teach females how to play because they have a tendency to come back and beat me. I don't know what's going on with that. I really don't.
Now, again, the females that I didn't teach and I just played, there are a few that I've literally never lost to. Like never. Even when the game got close, I've never lost to them. Not with no, I didn't. So I don't know what it is. That's why I'm saying it's not just playing females, but the ones that I've taught, Jesus Christ. I've taken some ass whooping, sir. Can't lie. Sluggo said, Ninja, is TSA allowed to cook on campus? I'm sure the cooking you two do have helped tremendously. Oh, this past year, and what she's allowed to do, she's allowed to have an air fryer. And honestly, man, if I'm just cooking something quick, I mean, honestly, if a little hot plate or whatever wouldn't hurt. Just to have it, hide it, pull it out, make whatever you're gonna make, put the motherfucker up. You know what I'm saying? I think you could honestly get away with that. You just can't have the shit out. But they're allowed to have an air fryer because they don't have like a kitchenette or anything. I'm just saying that again because the first co-ed dorms I saw, very nice. A couple of rooms on each side. Well, no, let's see, one room to the side. Yeah, a room to the side with like two beds. Right? It was one room with two beds, right? Or was it two rooms? Yeah, they had roommates. So a room with two beds, I believe. Then another room with two beds, little kitchenette area, in an open living room area. Those really fucking nice rooms. And this is 95 when they built those motherfuckers. Very nice. Very nice rooms at UAH, University of Alabama in Huntsville. So I was expecting that. It was similar, except there was no kitchenette in the middle. There was a sink area. There was a shower, obviously. Showers. And they had their room space. But they're very nice in comparison to all the rest of the dorms. They're new. TSA is going to stay in the new dorm for the remainder of her stay, unless she decides to get a place or something. But she'll probably just stay on campus knowing her. And point being that she can air fry. You can have an air fryer in that dorm. So she gets to cook with it. And you can do some things, with an air fryer. But, everything else, I'm going to look into some things. Knowing her, she may. But knowing, because I know something else I'm sure that she'll like. But yeah, some of those dishes, she could cook. But some of that stuff she can't do. But some things I like make that she can air fry. Some things, you can make and air fry them. And of course, she can have a microwave, so I can, make other dishes and she can have those. So microwave, yes, air fryer, but they don't really have a stove. Now, do I think I could get away with giving her a little hot plate if she wanted to hook some shit up all day long? And I'll probably, we'll probably look into it. She likes grits and things of this nature, like a little mini crock pot, something like that. I think she'd actually benefit from that. So I think I'm gonna get her something like that, so she can make little stuff like grits and little small dishes. So now that you say that, they're allowed to have an air fryer, but man, a crock pot ain't gonna hurt. Yeah, so yeah, rules. How you see the commercials, like a dude to have a little hot plate in there, make sandwiches and hustle those up right quick. You're not hurting anything with that shit. Just, don't burn anything, clean up after yourself. Yeah, you can make some good money, especially if it's late and the cafeteria's closed. But I digress. Long ass answer to your question. She's allowed to use an air fryer and a microwave, and people may or may not break out a hot plate or something like that every now and again. So righteously, you can get away with it. Righteously. Hey, JVJ, I didn't see it. I didn't see it, sir. I did not see it at all. Man, I'm going to scroll up. JBJ said I had. He said I had good evening.
Motherfucker.
Scroll up unless my chat got banned.
Who told you that?
That's not what he said. But, sir, I promise you I didn't see it. I promise you I didn't see it. They might have. I don't know why. You've said that multiple times. You said that multiple times. So at this point, I can't understand why they would ban that. But again, that's the other issue with this particular platform is the chat restrictions. Y'all have to be, most of you are having to be creative with your verbiage because obviously there are certain trigger words that cause them to ban and or put your chat on mute. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Honestly.
The truth is for everybody, but everybody might not be for the truth.
And for that reason, I don't like the chat room being censored. I don't like that at all. That was the one thing. I mean, we didn't really have a censor in the other chat room. They just came along with something that would automatically jump on a long chat. But we weren't really restricted with what we said. Not at all. So that's really something to get used to. That I'd rather not get used to be honest. That's just annoying as hell. I didn't see it, sir. JBJ said, I'm starting to believe that you lose in dominoes every time. Not every time. Not every time. Okay, listen, I understand what you're saying. It's not every time. But if you're saying that I'm on a losing streak, yes, I'm on a losing streak. I'm definitely on a losing streak. Am I enjoying a losing streak? No. It sucks. But no, yeah, I'm on a losing streak. But no, I don't lose every time. Sir.
Who raised you?
She's gotten fortunate these last hands. She's got skills. She's got skills. I definitely have been
Struggling.
But I don't lose every time. But again, one more loss, and her statement becomes even more of a fact. One more of those losses. After a while, though, something has to give. I will say that. I'm putting my losing streak at 4. I'm putting it at 4. That shit might be around 5. But again, janky things happen. I had that last game. That was just that was very janky. Her not having any damn ones and pulling all those bones, then she just started scoring. Because honestly, she could have pulled some bullshit bones that didn't allow her to score. That's just not what happened. I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. Stop laughing at me, man. Sluggo said, after I get done with my lawn, there's no way I could do an additional 4 lawns. I'd be laid on the lawn in the leaning rest, sir. Hey, well, okay, 1, I kind of do this shit for a living, so that is what it is. 2, I wasn't like cutting them, too. Homie was cutting them. I did the groundwork, he blew. So we ran on through them shits. The only reason they took as long as they did is because the grass was 2 weeks high because of all the damn rain. If the yards were level or at the level they should have been, we would have went through those even quicker. Now, in a normal circumstance, the only reason that was a slight issue is probably the night I had before, and it was hot. It was good and hot. Sluggo said, niggas taking shortcuts to begin the show and to end the show. Hold on. Oh, I'm taking shortcuts because I'm not hitting y'all to look out. Hey, last show, I did my complete outro. Okay, look, show of hands if y'all actually want me to come in with the traditional intro. Show of hands, and I'll take it into consideration. Show of hands on that. Until it was brought up, I honestly didn't know if y'all noticed or were overly concerned about it, to be honest with you. But the answer is simply, sir, that it doesn't feel right when I'm not able to damn play that damn that PE. There was just a certain damn vibe that had when that song was going. It just, it doesn't feel right without it. Maybe if I could find the instrumental equivalent, something I could actually play, perhaps I could do it then. Now, if I could find that, then perhaps I could do it then. I want to think about it. Now would be a good time to sip some of this tea. Oh, yeah. Anastasia Underground. Oh, that's much better. Anastasia Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Allow me to continue with the chatting again. I thank you for the back and forth, sir. Thank you for the back and forth. That is interesting. That is interesting.
Man, you sorry. Man, you sorry.
Amazing what some of these things are. But I'm not sorry, JBJ. Far from it. My daughter's just good. She's just good. Sluggo said, I didn't watch 1 second of the finals as I was in the bins watching Manchester City. It's facts. This soccer ninja here. This man loves football. Loves football.
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Okay, I'm not going to say that, man. Enjoy your football, sir. Enjoy it.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
Sluggo confirming he got the home cooking. We got my man 334 on the train. What's going on, 334? Thank you for coming aboard, sir. Hope you are enjoying the ride thus far. And I apologize for that glitch that I had earlier. Apologize for the glitch that I had earlier. A quick replacement. JBJ said, I believe it was JBJ. No, Sluggo said Nick is taking shortcuts to begin the show and to end the show.
That motherfucker must have lost his goddamn mind.
That's a replacement.
That motherfucker must have lost his goddamn mind.
Okay, the end of the show, I have done that a few times. I won't do that again. I did the complete outro last time. I will continue to do so unless I go, unless I really go over my timeline and I feel I need to get on out of there. Outside of that. But you're right. There's a little bit of validity to that. There's a little bit of validity to that. So I apologize for that. "334 said, all the rain and heat has torn my garden up. Man, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Sorry to hear that the weather hasn't been conducive. The rain has been it's been challenging. We've been fortunate, we had one day where we got completely rained out. Luckily, I got enough personnel to where we were able to catch up for the most part. But we got rained completely out one day. Most of the time you don't get all day rain. That day it rained damn near to 10, 11 o'clock. That's a long time to have somebody on the clock not being able to work. And then it was spot raining for kind of the rest of the day. So after servicing and cleaning up, just sent them jokers home. So we only missed one day. All the rest of the days we were able to work around the rain, or it only rained for a brief moment, or the rain at least held off, until the end of the day, or to when we were finished with work. So work-wise, it was okay. I think at people's houses, unless you have the whole day to do what you need to do, that's where it became challenging. Because some people's yards really hold water. That's where that shit becomes challenging. Yeah, and again, as I see the chat talking about it, man, I don't know what the hell is up with StreamYard, but that's happened a couple of times. At least 2 shows in a row, man. I'm not sure what's going on. As JBJ said, StreamYard just gave Ninja a timeout. Or StreamYard put Ninja in timeout. I guess technically speaking, they did put me in timeout, sir. You could say that. You could say that. But again, it's not on my end. I even restarted my modem and all that good shit, so I don't get it. Really don't. To correctly read Sluggo's chat, Nick is taking shortcuts to begin the show and to end the show.
That's a Negro that's out of his mind. That's
just a Negro that's out of his mind.
Sluggo laughing at what's Chat GPT. I think I've heard of the shit, honestly, because of a comedian. When all that extra shit comes up on the phone, I'm like, man, get the fuck on somewhere. I'm good. What's ChatGPT? QABM laugh track. It's large language artificial intelligence, sir. Okay. Gotcha.
What? Nigga, please.
I don't use that shit.
I don't know how to do none of that shit. I don't know how to do none of that shit. I don't know how to do none of that shit.
Sluggo said, you got a partner, so it definitely makes the job much easier. Yeah, we're knocking those out. Yeah, it would just be longer. I mean, riding the mower is not really a task. That's just, it's time consuming. It's time consuming. I don't I believe what I mean, you know what? That's honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a fair question, sir. That's a fair question, JBJ. Look at this shit. Well, I can't see. And JBJ, I looked again. I still didn't see your chat.
You blind motherfucker.
Maybe they did erase it, but I still didn't see your good evening, motherfucker.
You blind motherfucker.
Didn't see
you
it.
Blind motherfucker.
I knew this was in here. I got to find it. This just it's not as I miss my old board, man. I miss my old board. I really miss. I had that motherfucker down to a science. That's the main thing I was mad about when the old platform went away. I had that board down. I didn't even have to go to a lot of folders, man. I knew where everything was because I had it. I had everything kind of sectioned off. Everything was basically kind of separated in a certain manner that I understood. So I was good to go, unfortunately. But I believe what JBJ is saying. Now, the chat reads, okay, it has to be. Has ICE been fucking with your workers?
The devil is not welcome here. The devil is not welcome here.
You might have missed this show maybe 2-3 shows ago, no more than 4 shows ago. I spoke about how ICE was in town and the local police departments were showing them the areas that were frequented by so-called Mexican Americans and or illegals, allegedly illegals. So the HPD was going around showing them areas that they frequented. Now, was I affected personally? No. One person on the installation crew was walking into Walmart. He got stopped. They asked him for an ID. They put him in a vehicle. And then I think in less than a week, he was back in, he's from South America. In less than a week, he was back in South America. So mine personally, no. But has it affected the company somewhat? Yep. But we'll see if it comes back around. JBJ says, Sluggo, is Mbop the coldest ninja on the pitch? I think he's talking about that soccer shit. JBJ said, those Hispanics not missing nan day. Hey, look. JBJ said, those Hispanics not missing nan day. Hey, little fucker. Hey, watch it, fucker. We got my, oh, wait a minute. Hey, listen, regardless of these soundbite restrictions, another thing about this platform, just to clarify things that I'm used to doing, adjustments I'm making. I was used to being able to talk through a soundbite. You can't do that on this platform. Your voice will be cut out. But coming aboard the train to his traditional bomb drop for slapping the sauce out of his wife's hands when she attempted to apply it to my ribs. Real talk, true story. Really happened. Be none other than the great Sidney Jackson. I see the beginning of Sidney's next chat, and it's hysterical because I was thinking about this, and this must be a sign, so I guess I got to talk about it. Sidney Jackson coming aboard saying, "What up with it?" I don't know if my voice got broke up then. The great Sidney Jackson. Thank you for coming aboard, sir. You'll always get your bomb drop. Sidney Jackson said, "Ninja, don't let these ninjas here shame you about your seedless watermelon. You bought a melon sundae that had more seeds than the Jacksons, Wayans, and Phillip Rivers combined." Oh no. Oh shit. He said, Sidney said, "Ninja, don't let these ninjas in here shame you about your seedless watermelon. You bought a melon sundae that had more seeds than the Jacksons, Wayans, and Phillip Rivers combined." Damn, that's a lot of seeds. Sidney Jackson, I didn't actually do that, but let me tell you, I am thinking about the watermelon thing.
It's fact.
Amen, preacher.
Sidney Jackson, on this particular occasion and in this instance, in this moment, you are clairvoyant.
You're a goddamn genius. That's the most outstanding answer I've ever heard. You must have a goddamn IQ of 160.
The clairvoyant Sidney Jackson. First and foremost, now, I did not purchase a watermelon, and by now, I would have done that by now and cut it up and put it in some Tupperware and eat off of it for a couple of days because it's really good about hydrating and something to eat where you don't really need food when you're kind of hungry, but you're really not. And, you know, I got my strawberries and my kiwis and whatnot, but watermelon is something I'm usually grabbing this time of year. I did let these ninjas guilt me out of seedless watermelon, and I try to do the seeded. Hey, man, I can't do that shit, man. Not right. I'm going back to my seedless watermelon. I'm going to get one with the mom wants one when she gets here. So I'm already have it ready and cut up in Tupperware in the refrigerator, ready to go. I'm about to do it for myself because it's actually hot now. And that's a good snack to have in between yards because you don't really want to eat because it's too damn hot to eat. So you can do the mixed nuts, you can do watermelon, maybe Nature Valley bar, some shit like that. You can eat food when you get done. Just for me. Can't eat a real meal and get out there that, as my mom said, that shit will spoil in your stomach and then you'll really be in bad shape. And I'm a cast iron stomach ass motherfucker too, so I digress. Point being, sir, you're clairvoyant because I was going to confess that I know I told y'all I was going to try to seed the watermelon, man. I tried a couple of them, man. They didn't taste any sweeter than the seedless. They did not. I didn't bite into one and think, oh man, what an amazing difference in the taste. Now maybe I need to get one from the farmer, but I've getting the seedless watermelon from the black farmer on the side of the road. Those have been the best ones. I need to go over here off of 72 and see if homie's still around, but I'm going back to a seedless watermelon that I can cut up, slice down, and enjoy when I need that replenishment. I'm going back to it. Say what you will. I still eat seedless grapes too, motherfucker. How about that? How about that? How about that?
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
Yes, it is.
Hell no.
Thank you, Sidney. Thank you. I'm not going to let these people bully me anymore. Sidney said, wow, I tried to make a joke about immigration and it kept getting flagged. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Hey, man, I hate these chat room restrictions. They're robbing me of the feedback of my listeners. I hate that. Especially a good immigration joke. And I know you're able to word it in a comedic way. They must really, you got to think about the people that actually are policing the shit too. In all likelihood, rather. That is crazy. Sydney said, these lazy Nabiscos know they're not going to go do that. Excuse me. These lazy Nabiscos know they're not going to go do that hard work. Yeah, I mean, they're hurting themselves. And again, in the name of, they're really hurting themselves. And in the name of, I don't really know what it's in the name of. In the name of a history of savagery, they just want to keep it up. I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Sydney said read that one. JBJ said, JB, his teammate, Vinny Jr. is just as lethal, if not more so. Oh, you talking about damn soccer still. Stop it, sir. Sydney said they should have read. Sydney Jackson said that should have read. Okay, I got you, sir. Sydney said that should have read, I bought that watermelon. I thought that's what you were saying. Sir, so you bought a watermelon with them damn seeds in it. Isn't that shit annoying, bro? Like, I tried, man. I'm like, I can't. It's annoying as hell, man. It's not like a seedless is really seedless. It's just not as, it's not just completely fucking free. There are a few in there. But it's much more enjoyable, man. You can literally, like, that's botany. Botany, plants, right? Am I tripping? That's just botany. That's just, you know what I'm saying, simple fucking herbal agriculture and shit, you know what I'm saying, fucking with the seed. I'm going to just cut myself some slack on the seedless watermelon. I'm going to cut myself some slack on that. And they're actually on here talking about football. All right, let's keep it pushing. Let me give you some thoughts on the NBA Finals and I'll get into the crux of the show before I get ready to read these Cow Awards. Again, I was going to have a guest, and I'm honestly considering, well, no, let me just give you my thoughts, and I have a guest one day about this as well. But Game 7, which, after my long day of cutting on Sunday, I did come home, chill out and all that good shit, got situated, figured out what I was going to eat, and sat down and watched the finals. Apology, cough button. You could almost call that a fruit button. Oh, yeah, currently on strawberries. Strawberry season has been going hard. Strawberries have been real good for almost 2 months. Almost 3 months. Strawberries are in a real good shape. The NBA Finals, Game 7. Indiana versus Oklahoma City. First and foremost, it's been a really good finals. Competitive. A lot of back and forth. I mean, it made it to a Game 7, but... And let me say this for anybody that does know me. And I've seen a couple of things here and there. Maybe some push-offs or whatever you want to call it. But for the most part, especially in this Game 7, at no point did I really look at the game or did I yell out. And this is wild for me. But at no point during Game 7 and for most of these games, because again, and I've been screaming this for years, stop calling fouls when every pussy-ass motherfucker jumps on the ground. Stop calling the foul just because somebody attempts to block a damn shot, just because there's fucking contact. This is not a non-contact sport. So when they finally have done that and just let them play basketball instead of blowing the whistle and fucking up the floor of the game is better for it. And that's what we've been getting for the most part. And that's all I've ever asked for. And to me, you can't sell me on it being impossible or improbable to consistently officiate the damn game. Don't talk to me about certain referees' personalities and all the dumb shit that they say. If you get on this ref's bad side, he's going to do this, this, and that. Why are you trying to normalize a grown man acting like a bitch? You're not saying it right. If you get on his bad side, he's going to cheat you and he should be fired. That's what's happening. What the hell are you talking about, bad side? It's a goddamn sport. They've normalized it, but they say dumb shit like that all the time. People are like, yeah, you're right. What are you talking about? You just said he's going to cheat if he doesn't like you personally. That's a bitch. Why is a bitch an official? It's fucking crazy. So that's what's always annoyed me. And again, I know Light Skywalker come on and say there's cheating in the NFL too. There sure is. But I've never seen anything as blatant as what I've watched in the NBA. I've never seen anything that fucking blatant and that consistent. I've noticed campaigns against certain players and for certain players. I think some of the people now that they think are great are manufactured. Again, they make rules to slow down ninjas. They also make rules to help anybody that has the same melanin as them out. That's a historical fact in every sport. Look it up. They never made a rule to slow down a white player. Every rule change, if we were in the sport, was because of what we were doing. They lowered the mound because of a ninja, Bob Gibson. Outlawed the dunk because of ninjas. Changed Augusta National because of a ninja. Told a ninja, you know, that move is so good, we're just not going to let you fucking do it. That's bullshit. That's changing the rules. At any rate, the NBA Finals. I wish all games were officiated in this manner, where they weren't calling a bunch of bullshit. And I mean, things happen, but at least in this Game 7, for me, which is incredible, not one time did I say that's bullshit or what you doing. Now, maybe I missed some plays here and there, but for me to watch a game and at no point look like what the fuck you call that for? There were a couple of those. They were light, you know, kind of out on the perimeter. But, you know, considering how terrible they are for the most part, if that's all I saw, that's a huge improvement. But when it came down to driving and playing defense, the whistle didn't automatically blow. And that's outstanding for the NBA and their bullshit-ass, childish-ass history, book-written about cheating. And once again, a fact that they never say, a book was written about how much they cheat. You didn't need the book. If you were paying attention, you could see the shit, how they purposely go after certain fucking players, but it was just accepted because the commentators talked about it like it was fucking normal. Instead of calling the referees what they were, fucking cheaters. One fucking ref. Not if one player in any league does something, dumb ninjas on the internet the next day saying, you know, other people do it, but only one referee's a bitch. Only one referee cheats. Only one referee gambles. Get the fuck out of here. The other side of that, all the things he wrote in the book about how all the people, some of the games he was talking about, I remembered the fucking games. It was obvious. The other side of that is he was under federal indictment. If he gave any false testimony, it would be a violation of his probation and he would go to jail. That included what he wrote in the book. That means everything in the book was fact. Something the media conveniently left out. One of the many reasons I don't fuck with. It's just too fucking, it's the league, so we're not going to talk about it. History and a culture of rape at Penn State, we're not going to talk about it. They knew about it, multiple reports, and they let it go and still allowed this person to use their campus as a lure to commit the rape of young boys. Because they always use catchphrases, and you don't know, raping, grabbing, forcefully penetrating young boys. Sounds a little worse, right, than saying pedophile? That's what he was doing. Think that's the first time he did that to a little boy in the fucking shower? And the culture was so fucked up there, a player saw it and said, let me call my father, I don't know what to do. I'm perplexed. A child is being rammed into and having his life ruined, but I don't know what to do in this moment. Let me call somebody. They glossed over that shit. What the hell's going on in their culture? I digress. The point in this fucking NBA Finals. There's plenty of evidence of referees being full of shit. I just wish that they were more consistent. But in this Game 7, I never had a problem with the officiating. I was just watching the game. Halliburton coming out early and knocking down those threes. After that third, when he took that third one, got the rebound and shot it out to him. He was even further out. He shot that one in and went in. I said, this ninja trying to damn do something today. I didn't think he had all his mobility. I was hoping. But he definitely had the dead eye early. And, you know, hindsight being 2020 and all that good shit, you know, maybe it would have been ideal for them to try to tell him, man, just come off the screens, try to get some shots. Don't try to do too much. At least not until the fourth or so. But I'm sure he didn't think his damn Achilles was going to go. That was unfortunate. I would have liked to have seen Halliburton being in. Even if he wasn't 100%, I think he definitely was making a difference. I think he would make a difference from an inspirational standpoint, but he was actually making buckets. And that third three-pointer he made, Just the way he shot it and the way it went in, and it wasn't a lot of hooping and hollering. He was just feeling the shot. It would have been nice to see him get some more jumpers off, but I'd imagine if they felt he wasn't 100, they kind of pressed him to get him off of his spots. But I would have tried to manufacture something if I was Indiana. But again, I'm just saying that because he got hurt. It would have been nice to have seen him be able to complete that game. I hate it for that young man. And as I slow down, T, goddamn, slow down. And as I spoke about with Light Skywalker, it's unfortunate that he's going to be out for the entirety of next season as well, because this happened in June in the last game of the fucking finals. Horrible for Halliburton. I wish him all the best, speedy recovery. Great effort from him in his finals and his team, actually. But this game 7, I like the way that I have to give the team credit and their coaching staff credit, because after dramatically losing, what you would consider, what many would consider their leader in Halliburton, at least one of their top 2 players, they didn't put their head down. They didn't use it as an excuse to lay down. They just started playing basketball and went to halftime with a 1-point lead after playing good basketball. There was some threes made, but I believe that most of that was happening because of good basketball. And let me say this too. The cat that comes in and does the scoring, and they were kissing his ass during the broadcast, because for maybe 5 minutes or so I had the damn broadcast on, because for the most part they weren't getting on my nerves until they started kissing his ass. Now, I'm all for giving them credit for making the shots, but much like Dr. Caitlin Beckett, they talked about how they had 8 turnovers in that quarter, but that motherfucker had 6 of them, if not 5 for 100% certain. But they said something like, man, Indiana's turned the ball over 8 times in this quarter. Yeah, but this dude turned it over 6 times, and y'all are running a highlight of all the shots he made. Their lead they would have a lead, or their score would be much better if he didn't give the other team 10 to 12 points, turn the ball over 6 or so fucking times. So, I mean, yes, talk about the good, but why is it when you do talk about the good, for some reason you don't see the turnovers he's committing in the exact same time frame that he's making these goddamn shots? That's really when the game started to get away, when that motherfucker just kept damn losing the fucking basketball. He did that shit about 3 times in a fucking row. And in that quarter, he did it about 6 fucking times. But the only thing they talked about was his offense, which was good. Now try to stop giving the other team the ball, because that has your team in a bind that they didn't really find their way out of. OKC started playing good basketball, and SGA started doing something that I don't see as much. I saw a lot of popping pools. I saw a lot of driving and getting nice mid-range jump shots. He may or may not have a nice little Jokic-like push-off going on. It's a little more slick than what Jokic just bullies people out the way. But, he may or may not have a little, little Michael Jordan, Byron Russell going on right there. But, nice mid-range jump shots under control when he gets in the air. Made a timely 3-pointer. I mean, he played good basketball. Oklahoma City did as a team. I was impressed with Indiana staying together after losing their guy to an Achilles, and probably feeling sorry for him and what he's going to have to go through from a physical aspect. And it's fucked up to have to rehab during your vacation time, too. Let's be honest. Now, your life is a vacation. You're in the NBA. But it is fucked up that happened during your vacay time. And again, if not for... It was interesting that he was allowed to stay in the game. After that 3rd turnover, man, he maybe that man needs to come out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if anybody else could just wildly turn the ball over like that and not come out after the 3rd one. If I had to criticize any coach, it would be that coach allowing that man to continue to turn the ball over. And I believe in the 3rd, and he was killing his team. I don't think it was 4th. I think it was the 3rd. He was killing his team with that shit. Now, you wouldn't know from watching the game, because, oh, God, look at what he's doing. Look at these shots. Oh, my God, unstoppable. You don't see these turnovers. And my only point is that, again, this just as a reference point, they criticized Allen Iverson for not playing defense, even though he led the league in steals 2 years straight. Maybe more than 2. Point being, they're reaching and looking for reasons to criticize him, saying he doesn't play defense, when none of the white players they like now play defense. Not a damn one of them. Secondly, AI is an actual star. They were looking for reasons to criticize him. This man's an okay little spark coming off the bench, but he showed you why he can't be a starter. And instead of talking about that, you're covering it up. They're covering up white history in real time. Ain't that a bitch?
Hell no. Hell no.
Soundbite was sticking. Overall, great finals to watch. Good game 7. Midway through the third and really in the fourth, every time Indiana tried to make a run, Oklahoma City was simply not having it. They stepped up, started making big shots. Indiana had multiple turnovers, and again, it really started when Homie came in and had X amount of turnovers, which really put them in a bad spot. He somewhat tried to keep them in with his offensive outbursts, but he started a bad array of turnovers and more turnovers that hurt them later in the game. Good fight for Indiana. I think they actually might have had enough left on the floor. I don't know if it was really so much about losing Halliburton, which did hurt. I think Oklahoma City just played better basketball down the stretch. Heart of a champion and a well-deserved NBA title that for the first time in a long time let me not say that because I haven't watched enough NBA basketball, but it was nice to watch a game be decided on the court and not by the arrogant, low-life, ignorant, short-sighted motherfuckers with the egos and the goddamn uniforms and the whistles. It was nice to see a finals. It was nice to see a finals played out on the floor. It was nice to see it actually played out in the form of basketball. So shout out to both teams for giving me entertaining finals that I didn't talk about a lot, but it was an entertaining finals. Very good game 7. A lot of heart shown, but when it came down to it, Oklahoma City made the shots, and Indiana did not, and they mixed in some turnovers. And there you have it. Oklahoma City runs away with it and wins a title. Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder, champions of the NBA.
That boy is good. That boy is good. That boy is good.
And unlike the lazy-ass journalists we have today, I'm sure they might not say this, but you don't need to blow up anything in Indiana. You don't need any drastic fucking changes. You do the same thing that all those teams in the 80s that the media and most people reference when they talk about great basketball teams. You know what those teams didn't do? Tear down and rebuild every fucking year. They didn't tear down and rebuild every fucking year just because some stupid-ass journalists say it's time for a change, because that's something you say when you're not talking about the game. You're just looking to do the dumbass cliches they always do. It's a stupid fucking statement. If you've made it into the playoffs and close to the finals or in the finals, what the fuck do you need to change? There's not much to change if you made it that far. You can tweak something, but you damn sure don't need to blow the damn team up because some arbitrary time clock has been put on by some fat Cheeto-eating motherfucker that sits at a desk. Fuck out of here. So I applaud teams that don't blow everything up like these goofy-ass journalists that always go with the same fucking the same dumbass storylines, no creativity, no real desire to cover actual sport. They're just looking for storylines. And to those who don't remember, players in the 80s didn't move around a lot because the teams were more well stacked, because the money wasn't as crazy, and 2, they didn't have the ability to. Freedom is actually a good thing. But again, you can fall victim to the TV, and especially if you get your reference points from the TV, you're going to be somebody that hates anybody that takes advantage of their position. Mainly because you didn't get to do it, or you've been told that that's not what good ninjas do. But free agency, being able to move around and dictate what happens to your career, let me just say that out loud. The only bad thing about players doing what they want to do as far as their career, and this goes all the way back to LeBron going to Miami and all of the people at that time, regardless of who you were, goofy-ass ninjas, every single one that spent more than 5 minutes talking about that shit. If you spend more than 5 minutes talking about the actual move as opposed to the team that was assembled and what you thought they could do, if your whole conversation wasn't about basketball, but you spent the whole time saying he shouldn't have done that because I don't like it. Thank God most NBA players are not stupid enough to base their career decisions on some random person that doesn't give a fuck about them. The same ninjas that are criticizing every player that goes to whatever team they want to go to, if the media comes out tomorrow and says this player is that and this player is this, you're going to believe the media. Why would he care about what the fuck you think? It's the dumbest fucking thing I've ever... With all the shit that people do, people actually have a problem with a player that can determine it. Imagine being able to determine where you get to work, especially when the span of your career is extremely limited and short. How I can't imagine why somebody would want to dictate where they could play. What a weak ass ninja. Yeah, it's very weak to be a man and determine what the fuck you do with your own career, but a real man allows somebody else to tell you where you can go and what you can't do. That makes a lot of fucking sense. Side story, and that was kind of the end of the NBA take anyway. But a side story, Barry Sanders, I believe, it was a heart attack if I remember correctly. Speedy recovery to the great Barry Sanders. Speaking of contracts and freedom, Barry Sanders wanted to leave Detroit towards the end of his career and play for a contender or just a better team. They didn't allow him to do it, so he just retired. That's better? That's bullshit. Why the fuck should they determine when and how that man's career ends? Nothing about that was good. And there are a lot of trained people that may think that's not a good thing. Barry Sanders should have been allowed to go and do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. He gave you his best years. The team isn't really shit. You haven't really given him anything. You haven't given him enough. Allow this man to go somewhere. No, you forced him to retire because you wouldn't let him out of his contract. I think that's somewhat of a curse on Detroit right now. But, I mean, that's another story for another day. Point being that falls into this whole thing about contracts and free agency. I guarantee you Barry Sanders wishes he had the freedom to actually choose where he could have played. And if the only downside to that is a bunch of irrelevant media bitches who don't like your black ass anyway talking about you, and irrelevant ass fans saying, I don't like that, you're not a real star in my eyes, man, you shouldn't hesitate, because that motherfucker will believe anything the white media says about your black ass tomorrow. Thank God that these players are smart enough not to care about all these goofy ass people that spend more than 2 seconds thinking about where they go with their fucking career. Those cats in the 80s didn't go anywhere because they couldn't. And if you're on the Lakers and you have 7 fucking stars, you didn't have to. They were on a team with 4 or 5 or 6, 7 players that you would consider the same thing as all of these dumbass terms they're using when they want to say super teams and all that goofy shit. The Lakers had that organically. Well, you got to do it this way, and if you don't, it don't count. Okay, that's real cute. That doesn't make sense to me to be that stern about that. But to watch referees cheating and not care about the outcome is fucking crazy to me. Secondly, the other thing, and this is something I've never agreed with, most people, and again, this is media created shit to me, they base a player's greatness on how many titles they win. And that's, to me, well, it's dumb, especially with the referees and the way that they function. The way that some of these referees function, it's hard to base a player's greatness on that. To me, a player's true greatness is how well they play the position. Winning a title is a team sport. And secondly, it has a lot to do with if you get real officiating that day. Because I've seen referees cheat in football for white quarterbacks. They do it all the time. They have to because they need help. They've done it all the time for Tom Brady. Most people don't notice, but most people don't watch. And you know, most white people, that is a white dude winning, they don't care if they cheat for him. For them, they supposed to do that shit in their eyes. But I watched them cheat multiple times for him. Aaron Rodgers cheat for him all the time. Drew Brees, they cheated for that little motherfucker all the time when he fell to the ground, hoping to get a penalty because he didn't get his fucking first down. He did it all the time. Then he celebrated like he actually really did something. What a bitch. It's one thing to get the penalty, but to stand there and pump your fist 8 times because they threw a flag 8 seconds after the play. Bitch ass, Blue Lives Matter Breeze. I digress. Point being that for me, the only true way to determine that is to look at how well they play the position, because you can't skew that with talk. And the reason why they say the championship thing is so number one, you don't have to think. Because if you think every great player has to win a title,
I'm trying not to be so harsh, but that's really dumb. That's really fucking dumb. There are a lot of players with rings that aren't better than some players that don't have rings. That's not a real determining factor. It was started by the media so people could be lazy motherfuckers. Because using that determination, that allows you to eliminate people. Now you can be a lazy motherfucker that doesn't actually have to know the history of the game, know what the player has done. Charles Barkley is great without a title. So is Karl Malone. Carmelo Anthony is great without a title. To speak about those players being less than because they weren't fortunate enough to be on a team with a title or weren't able to pull it off, especially when Carmelo Anthony, that again, and I'm trying not to linger on this, but Jokic is great because they let him push people off and they never blow the whistle. That helps him. I've watched him push somebody off, shoot the ball, then they blow the whistle on the person he pushed off. And the referee says, what a play by Jokic. No wonder he's quote-unquote great. That's helping somebody. Carmelo Anthony didn't get any foul calls when he was getting fucking hacked. And contrary to what Light Skywalker said one day, I said that Melo got fouls all the time or something. You misquoted me a little bit, sir. This is very old, though. What I said is when he was getting fouled, they didn't call it. That matters. I know that everybody can just casually dismiss that, but that's the reason why the Cleveland beat Detroit that series. Because every time LeBron did anything, the whistle blew. And it's amazing to me that people act like that shit doesn't matter. If you keep doing that, you know what they used to do this all the time. When they wanted to help somebody out, they blow the whistle no matter what he did. What this told the players was, get out the way or I'm going to put a foul on you. They used to do it all the time. And they did that in that series, and that's the only reason why they won that shit. Everybody always thought, LeBron beat the whole team. No, the fuck he didn't. He had referees help. And I've had great basketball minds I respect argue with me and just dismiss that. You weren't watching the goddamn series. Again, one of the things, it was hard for me to watch basketball year after year when they kept doing that to Detroit. That's what ran me away. They were fucking Detroit every year. Detroit would have had way more titles than what they won if the league would have stayed out of it and just left it to the game of basketball. Which is getting back to the finals. I'm glad it was left to the game of basketball. It wasn't left to the game of basketball when Detroit was in their prime. They had to play the referees. Rasheed Wallace said it out loud after one of those games when they was getting fucked. And everybody acted like he was crazy. Man, I digress. That whole thing annoyed. That's why I try not to get into it. It really pisses me off because they blatantly cheated them niggas in front of the world and nobody gave a fuck. The shit was incredible to me. The whole reason for that rant is that and many other reasons are why judging the quality of a player on titles is goofy to me. Especially in football. Basketball, you can have a little more of an impact, but the referees are the refs. Football is really fucking goofy to say that shit. But it's a way for people to be lazy. It's a media-created fallacy. I'll give you another one. Because I heard this dumb shit said by Colin Cowherd back when he worked for the 4-Letter Network and back when I used to listen to that stupid shit. He said, say a player's name out loud and does it sound like a Hall of Famer? That is the most shallow bullshit I've ever heard in my life. You know what that means? That the media, sports media, talks about the person all the time, so you have familiarity with the name. So what does that really mean? That means that they determine who's a Hall of Famer. It's self-aggrandizing bullshit. If we say it, if we talk about the player, then he's a Hall of Famer because we talk about him all the time. Well, that can't be true because y'all fucking anybody white that does anything, y'all talk about their ass way too much. That can't be the case. Y'all are way too biased for that. That's all. I remember when he said that, I said, that's the dumbest shit I ever heard in my fucking life. A player's damn Hall of Fame of validity is based on what the fuck they did, not on if they were popular or not. That's a statement about popularity, not the game. You're talking about popularity. Say their name. I remember when he said it. Colin Cowherd said that on the 4-Letter Network years ago. I was like, Jesus, who is this dumb motherfucker? But I remember when he said, I'm not an X's and O guy. That's when I first got into sports radio. Tony Kornheiser had just got off the air. I had just got hip to the shit. Maybe he was on there for a couple of years, and I was, and they changed and brought in dude. But that's about popularity. Now, again, I get why they do it. It's so you can narrow things down and be lazy. And you don't have to be a real sports person if you do shallow popularity shit like that, because that's what that is. That's popularity. That doesn't have anything to do with ability.
So I staunchly disagree. So I've never agreed with the you're not great if you don't have titles thing. There are too many litigating factors to winning a title. The team, luck, injuries, and the officials, which are both fucked up in football and basketball. And at times they get out the way and let us see what the game could be. And that's enough for us to forgive them and keep watching. Most of us anyway. And that was way too much of a rant. But that's my little take on the NBA Finals. Let me jump into the crux of the show after I check in with the chat room. Okay, we got a little bit of response here. Sidney Jackson said that melon had more black than... Okay. Sidney Jackson's talking about that damn watermelon with the seeds. He said that watermelon had more black than pink.
Sick help! Sick help!
Sir, hey, Sidney Jackson.
The truth is for everybody, but everybody might not be for the truth.
Hey, look, I'm going to get a seedless within the next couple of days, man. These strawberries that I got to my left and those kiwis and everything are great. But the way watermelon hydrates you, no other fruit has that. The way that a watermelon will hydrate you. It is nothing like some good old seedless watermelon. It is what it is, man. Sydney said, I put a picture of that abomination melon in the Facebook message group. Okay, I'm going to go check it out, sir. But that man said the watermelon had more seeds. That's a boy. You talk about them some baby making ass people, sir. Them some baby making ass people you mentioned. Oh, Jesus. Sluggo said, yep, tiger proofing was done with absolutely no shame. It was. It was.
You're a devil!
And I know about goofy ass Tiger and all the dumb shit he said in the past and recently. That doesn't change the fact that they still look at him like a ninja, and it doesn't change the fact that he's the greatest golfer ever to play. And I can talk about that and still criticize everything else. That's the problem I think a lot of people have. A person does something you don't like, and now you want to be childish and dismiss everything. That's goofy. If you don't listen to R. Kelly music, I guess I can co-sign that as long as you don't listen to the national anthem. But if you stand up and put your hand over your heart for the national anthem, but you being high and mighty about R. Kelly, I think if you dig into that, you'll realize that's a little goofy. I'm just saying the persecution of your people should probably weigh just a little bit more on some charges that they kind of made up to take a nigga's catalog. What he's done, get him for it. But what they charged him with is bullshit. The same as what they're doing now to the person that everybody wants to talk about. Charge them for what they did, but making up things to fuck a nigga up in the system is not something that I cheer. There's a difference between, okay, you did that, get him. But that charge doesn't fuck him up like you want, so let me make up some shit. I want to fuck, so let me fly some bitches in. That's a crime, man. Get the fuck out of here. Goofy shit. And when I see shit like that, all I see is they'll just change the rules when they want to fuck with a nigga. And you got white criminals in the White House, and it's just casual. White criminals trying to take over the country, and all of these ignorant bastards that participated in it, that cheer it on and or ignore it. Again, complicit accomplice, the title of the show. These motherfuckers, you know what? I'm sorry. Let me read chat. Sydney said, Tim Donaghy is the name of that crooked ref. Ironically, him and Scott Foster were close friends. Tim says Scott did it too. More irony, the worst officiated games was game 4 by Scott Foster. Again, preach. I mean, and this is why I got to the point where I said, unfortunately, people just believe whatever the media says. That came out about Tim Donaghy. He wrote a book. He said the things that Sydney just mentioned, and nothing just because the media didn't cover it. But then again, they get on a ninja about a misquote when he was talking to a reporter, and the next day I'm hearing every ninja say, yeah, that ninja fucked up. It was very disappointing to realize that so many of us, quite frankly, are puppets, sheeple. The other side of that is just being stupid as fuck, but so many people take their cue off of what they say. Because they didn't cover the referee scandal like they should have, everybody just said, yeah, no big deal. Nothing to see here. I was like, you motherfuckers are just really gonna let this pass? To me, I thought it was validation day. I have been screaming for years, the officiating in the NBA is fucking ridiculous. I said they help out. The Steve Nash bullshit. Half of what he did was referee aided. Again, as I said before, keep blowing the whistle anytime you get near him. You have to get out the way. He gets around you, makes a move. Oh, God, Steve Nash. They did that damn near every game because he wasn't fast enough to get around anybody. They just blow the whistle for people they like, which makes you back up. Then they score, and everybody says, oh, my God, what a great play. When referees would call technicals, and there was no rhyme or reason for it. Two players do the same thing, and you call a technical on one, don't call it on the other, and people act like that shit makes sense. That's fucking stupid to me. Yeah, calling text doesn't affect the flow of the game at all. That means nothing. It's an excuse. But everybody says that. Let me play you in basketball and officiate. And when I get done beating your ass, don't say shit. Because if I'm officiating, motherfucker, you're going to lose. So apparently that shit has to mean something. But again, the NBA could be great like it was this finals if they get out the fucking way. But they're too stupid to get out the fucking way. If they got out the way, they couldn't dictate players that they want to be quote-unquote famous. So they can't get out the way. They can't. And even when they try to help these motherfuckers, they still fall short, which is crazy. Sluggo says, something tells me the federal boys admitted certain questions to keep the cheating limited to Donahue. I'm sure the commissioner used his what privilege? Oh, that's hysterical. Okay. I'm sure the commissioner used his Jew privilege to keep it contained. He must have. He must have, because nothing came from it. Nothing came from it, sir. I'm like, dude, just no follow-up, nothing? No follow-up at all. I don't know. It is what it is. But preach, sir. Preach.
Amen, preacher.
Sluggo said, SGA, the Canadian. I'm cool on the NBA. Hysterical. Sydney said, most definitely, Sluggo, because the truth would have destroyed the NBA. Just like how Goodell hid how bad the Patriots cheating was. Again, I cheated you, Sluggo, but Sydney, I'm not going to cheat you on this one. Preach. When people don't play sports, I don't think you realize, a lot of people will scream, it doesn't matter and all of that shit. Y'all don't realize how fragile a lot of them cats are. And how they can't take disappointment. And how they can't stand cheering for a sport that doesn't have a representative of them because it makes them feel inferior. I don't know what the reasons are, but it has to be that. That's why they manufacture people that look like them to be stars. They cheated just to get the Cheatrius in that Super Bowl in the first fucking place. Bullshit tuck rule. And they were doing so much egregious cheating. These motherfuckers destroyed the tapes and let them keep all of their titles to contain the legitimacy of their sport. And the media's in on it, which is why I have no respect. You're not a goddamn journalist. You're a complicit accomplice. It's your job to cover this shit. Why does a fucking school allowing a breeding ground for a child rapist, rape meaning penetrating a child forcefully and continuing to do so even though he struggles and tries to get away? I'm graphic because people gloss over that shit like it doesn't mean anything, and I'm annoyed by that. Think about the things that they ignore and then tell me how you can take them seriously when they're on a ninja about fucking words. But a damn former quarterback for pedophile state can watch a child get raped, walked off, and they like, I completely understand. The hell's going on in your house?
What? Nigga, please.
I don't understand that at all.
Who raised you?
That entire legacy is marred with cheating. The media ignores it. And all these years later, I got to listen to all these goofy motherfuckers saying this motherfucker's the GOAT. Fucked over Jameis Winston's career to get his motherfucker championship team. Then I watched refs cheat for him to get him in a better position. Cheated for him to win that Super Bowl. Again, most people, y'all aren't really sports fans. I actually watched the game. Most people glance at the game. You just see results of a touchdown. You see a touchdown, it's a touchdown. You didn't see what happened beforehand. You didn't see the left tackle and the right guard grab the two defensive ends and throw them on the fucking ground. They ran a play in that direction. The referee was standing right there, didn't blow shit. Threw flags on this team to stop them. They did everything they could to help that motherfucker. The Rams talked about how they had brand new plays they never ran before, but somehow the Cheatriots had defensive calls for plays they never ran before. They talked about it in the interview, and casually some media motherfucker, crying. No, they're talking about X's and O's. We haven't ran this. How do you have an audible for it? That's football. We don't have any journalists. We just have a bunch of complicit accomplices doing whatever the NFL tells them to so they can get coverage. You do this for us, and we'll let you violate the rights of the players, talk to them crazy, and we'll fine them if they don't kiss the ass of somebody who would never speak to them that way if they weren't at work. And a lot of people are raised that way. Like, if you're not raised correctly, you'll think it's okay I'm going to act a certain way because I get to do it in my job. And I have a thing about the media because if you notice what they do, they're pretty much, for the most part, a lot of them, the bitches of society. Like a man, any person really, but a man trying to make you mad on purpose. Again, I don't know how others were raised. That's not how it was when I was growing up. Like, that wasn't met well in my circles. I'm a man, but I'm trying to upset you on purpose so I can I made you as a man. I feel sorry for you if you weren't raised to understand that's bullshit. So it's hard for me to cheer for a group of people whose entire job seems to be that. And when you're not doing that, you're lying about what the fuck happened. You're misquoting. You're not talking about some white crime, and you're exaggerating black words because they're way more offensive than white rape and white murder. And I can say that because they've ignored white rape and white murder and talked about something Ninja said that they didn't like for 2 years straight. Why am I ranting? Okay, I'm sorry. The fucking Cheatriot shit. But facts, man. Facts. Again, they just... Oh, he's the GOAT. Okay, man. Have fun with that shit. Sluggo saying exactly, Sydney. Sydney said, the absolute dumbest argument... excuse me. The absolute dumbest argument against free agency is when people say, quote, that's not how the old school players like Magic and Jordan did it. That's not an argument. That's being simple-minded. Dumb Ninja is called evolution and progress. Again, preach. You get around here. We don't want no free agency. You stay on that team. You be a good boy. You be loyal. I's not going to like you if you chase a title boy. The hell are you talking about? Okay. 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 Well, a lot of... well, moving on. Sydney said, wait, so Doug got that Hall of Fame argument from Cowherd? Doug what? What, Doug says that? Well, I mean, maybe they have the same thought process. But yeah, years ago on the 4-Letter Network, Colin Cowherd said that. He 100, I'm not mistaken about this, bet money. Bet money I don't have. 1,000% on the 4-Letter Network years ago when I was still listening. You know how long that's been. It's probably at least 15 years since I listened to sports radio, if not longer. It's been a really long time. because I haven't listened to sports radio since I've been doing the show. That's 10 years. And I stopped way before that. So a minimum of 15, maybe more. We can go back to when he was on air at the Four Letter Network, and that'll help me to narrow it down when. But 1,000% Colin Cowherd said that shit. I remember when he said it, because I said, that's stupid. The only thing you're doing is saying whoever we talk about is a Hall of Famer. That just means whatever person whose ass y'all decide to kiss is a Hall of Famer. That turns it into a popularity contest. That's bullshit. That's the media. They're not really covering the sport. They're just trying to create a need for them. Again, their entire job is to convince you that our opinion matters and we get to criticize any athlete that tells you something. I'd much rather hear from the athlete, but most people aren't really athletes. So you'd rather hear that opinion of somebody that says stupid shit that makes you feel like you're really part of it. You're not. If you never played and you don't understand, if you don't have enough competitive spirit in you to have never played a sport in high school, I got to validate your sports opinion. If you don't have enough now, sometimes you're not allowed to play, religious reasons, money, whatever. But if you didn't have the competitiveness in you to play and you could, you just didn't want to, your sports opinion is I have to evaluate it first. I'm sorry, I didn't finish the chat. Wait, so Doug, I didn't know Doug was saying that. Wait, so Doug got that Hall of Fame argument from Cowherd, or did Cowherd steal it from Doug? Can y'all hear me? Now that was some bullshit right there. Yeah, I'm gonna be emailing StreamYard like an angry Caucasian lady. Let me know if y'all still in here, man. That was a long ass pause. If you hit refresh, I'm still on. But it took forever. Okay. For whatever reason, I'm sorry. That's okay, and maybe this is them telling me say the changes for now. Apparently, maybe from what I just saw on here, and again, I got to see if anybody's still with me. That last one might have did it. Let me check. I know there's a delay. Let me know if y'all still in here. Now I'm gonna shut it down for the evening and figure out what the hell is going on with StreamYard. That was a long pause. Again, StreamYard just jumped off, but from what it just showed me, and I don't know, maybe it just happened. It said something about having a problem going through Facebook. So maybe the issue with Facebook is what was happening to my. Maybe if one of the damn feeds I'm going into is acting up, that's a problem. So maybe the Facebook feed, for whatever reason, was giving this an issue. I'll finish up with this chat. If I don't see any confirmation at the bottom of this, that means I lost the feed and lost the people that were listening, because on my end, it looked like it was gone as well. The time is still going. It's still the same feed and the same show I was on, but I imagine the chat room previously died out. So let me catch up on this chat and I'll see what I have left. I will. I won't express my frustrations at the moment, but again, still trying to figure out this new platform. Still trying to figure out. And Sidney Jackson, I'm looking at that watermelon. That is exactly the reason why I'm going to get myself a nice seedless watermelon or two. I'm going to slice it down. I'm going to put it in Tupperware. And I'm going to enjoy it. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, that's horrific, sir. When you're trying to enjoy the refreshing taste of a watermelon, we have the formerly or the aforementioned Light Skywalker on the train. He came aboard saying Nick shit died. Technically speaking, yeah. ABM said, I'm here, Nick. Don't be discouraged. Some of the biggest podcasters in the world started on an Acer. Motherfucker, this is not an Acer.
You blind motherfucker. Did you blind motherfucker? Did you blind motherfucker? Did you blind motherfucker? Did you blind motherfucker?
So obviously the studio started over with that bullshit. Sir, this is not a damn Acer. This is not an Acer.
Raised it.
The problem is not on my end. Much like you used to tell us, slow down, T. Much like you used to tell us when you had microphone issues, the problem is not on my end. The problem is not on my end. ABM said Zaya Wade watermelon. Oh, hell no. I'm getting 2-seeded watermelons tomorrow. I hear you, sir. I can't do it, bro. I can't go back to seeded grapes, and I can't go back to seeded watermelon. I can't do it. That's a simple botany, man. I'm good. I'm good. I think that's the wrong word. That's some agriculture, man, fucking with splicing seeds and shit. I can't do it, bro. I'm going back to my seedless watermelon. And when the grapes are decent again, I've been on the strawberries and the kiwi. When the grapes are decent again, or I can get a good batch of grapes, I'm going to be back on those too. Damn, okay. This is interesting. This is useful. ABM said, I roast the seeds, sir. Great nutrition. You know what? I'm not going to argue that one.
But man, just being able to cut up watermelon and just grab it and go, the way that it damn hydrates you and everything and kind of refreshes you and allows you to keep it moving, not really eating anything heavy while you're out in that sun. I need that back in my life. ABM said, I'm about to get on my peach game again. Man, you know what? And you know what? Let me make sure because I missed some of this chat up here while I'm rolling with ABM's chat. So the feed is still here. May have lost some people, but let me before I go off speaking about what you're talking about, because I have another fruit that might be my favorite, but it's so inconsistent. I have to find a good source, and I think, well, I'm probably just going to have to go to the farmer's market, and even then, you still got to be careful. But I'll elaborate on 1 second. Let me read the rest of this chat that I left. But Sydney, I'm not sure. I mean, he could have stole it from him. But if you want to talk about the timeline in my head, I remember Colin saying that. And the reason I remember is because when he said it, I thought it was some shot. I thought that was some just incorrect shit. It was some popularity bullshit, which is what he likes to do when he's talking about sports. He likes to take the actual sport out of it and try to make it about the bullshit that he's doing. It's just self-aggrandizing. It's about popularity. Therefore, it's about whether I talk about the person or not. I remember when he said it. And if we're being honest, I remember Doug saying that back in the day too. Now I heard Colin say it first. That doesn't mean Colin did it first. You know what I'm saying? So maybe he got it from Doug. But as far as what I heard him say it first. I just remember that because I staunchly disagreed. JBJ said penetrating a child, quote unquote. I mean, JBJ, I feel it's necessary for me to be that abrasive in the description because it seems like when people talk about it, they're talking about something other than what it was because the vitriol that should be there isn't there. So I feel the need to do that. Quote unquote, penetrating a child.
And he's gay. And he is gay.
Apparently there was a culture. Apparently.
And he's gay. And he is gay.
It's unfortunate, man. Unfortunate. Sluggo said, preach on a man trying to make you mad on purpose. I spot that ish a mile away and disengage. I'll never give them what they want. It's fact. Hey, man, preach on that. Preach on that. It's and again, there are people like that. And again, to grown-ass men that do that, especially ninjas, because I kind of expect it from the others. But grown-ass ninjas that do that, really all of y'all, but especially ninjas.
Something wrong? Yeah. It's just too bad you don't know what it is. Brother.
Doing that purposely as a grown-ass man, I think nowadays they try to play it off by saying, they laugh and say I was just playing or quote unquote, I was trolling. Preach on a man trying to make you mad on purpose. I spot that ish a mile away and disengage. I'll never give them what they want.
You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact. You're right. It's fact.
What the hell did you just say?
True, sir. True. It's I know everybody's not raised the same, but there are certain principles. As a man, you don't do that. That's not something that a man does. It's just not something that a man does. And to watch it be apologized for or overlooked or glossed over it as if it's not a big deal. And again, you know, some may think I'm overstating it when I say this. You're aiding what's the proper way to say this? You're aiding in the downfall of society. Like if you don't check, you can't. Men have to be men, man. Men have to be men, and there are a lot of reasons for this. I mean, shit, if you listen to the show earlier, if you listen to the Stews earlier, Ryan talked about something that was a great lesson. And we've spoken about things like this. Somebody had the caucasity to say something to his child about driving a golf cart. And he immediately went and had a conversation with this individual, and he let him know in uncertain terms that that was unacceptable. And he didn't say it in a PC way because it shouldn't be PC when you're talking about your child. That's the proper reaction. That's the proper reaction, but that's part of man shit. With this emasculating ass bullshit they're doing now, some woman, or I hate to say it like that, but some moron that follows this bullshit they're trying to put men on now would tell you you were too abrasive. But there are people I know that would have been mad. Let's say if I did that. There were people, I know individuals that would think I went too far, or I didn't have to do that, or you didn't have to say it that way. You're just inviting trouble, or that was wrong. But I think we should be focusing on the fact that this motherfucker thought, let me say something to this person. The way that I think, I always put myself in another person's shoes. If I'm in a neighborhood where everybody rides those, as a grown man, why am I bothering somebody else's fucking kid? Number one, if you don't understand that an individual will kill you or fuck you up over their kids, something's wrong. And that understanding should be taught, or that fear should be put in their fucking heart. Saying something to a fucking kid is crazy. And what I'm saying is, with the way that shit is now, people will be upset with the way he handled that like he was supposed to. That easily could have escalated, but so what? You don't do that. That's about as cool and calm as anybody could have been in that situation. How fucking dare you? Because the offensive part on top of you talking to my kid is thinking that you could get away with it because that's what you thought if you did it. That shit's crazy. That shit's crazy. And that shit happens a lot because there aren't people checking that like they're supposed to. There's supposed to be people checking the shit out of that. And that's what I mean by it crumbling. There should be a natural fear knowing if I say something to this black child, there's going to be a black parent coming to fuck me up. Let me shut the fuck up and leave this person alone doing the same shit that everybody else is doing. And again, we're dealing with a very simple-minded people. You see who they voted for. If they're watching all of these things happen, you don't think they feel empowered until they're brought back to reality? Just keep on believing this shit in the movies. JBJ, quote unquote, you get from round here.
Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you? You want me to get fired? Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you? You want me to get fired? Boy, what in the hell's the matter with you? You want me to get fired?
Sidney Jackson said, fuck, shit. JBJ, another good one. JBJ, listen, I gotta go through the files, man. I gotta go through the file. Another good one. And again, I don't think that that's available. And that's another good one. Because when you put that in there before in my mind, I'm like, you know what? I should have that. Where is that at? This one ABM said Nick shit died. Okay. It appears people have jumped back in. I guess I can finish. That is excellent. You know, and let me that is interesting. That is interesting. And forgive me for and I'm just checking something right now because some of these things I'm curious. Interesting. That should be. Sorry, I got to do that quick search. Okay. For whatever reason, that's not available, but again, I'll find that one too. But the Eddie Murphy, what was that? Bitch, are you for real? Well, okay. The Eddie Murphy wasn't available. But JBJ reacting to StreamYard disappearing. Again, I'm going to send a barrage of emails to see if I can. And maybe again, it was the Facebook thing, but JBJ saying, what was that? He also said,
Bitch, are you for real? Bitch, are you for real?
now ABM, Sluggo's back in. ABM said, I'm about to get back on my peach game. Peaches are excellent. The thing about it is, man, and you're in Georgia, you should be in good shape. I can't, anything that tastes less than a Georgia peach, I don't want it. Once you have one of those, you're spoiled. So I need it to be that, that Georgia peach. Good and juicy, still sweet, a little bit of tart or whatever. I need that. Anything other than that, peaches, they're so wishy-washy. They're so inconsistent with the taste. And that brings me to really what might be my favorite fruit. It's up there. I haven't eaten it in forever because the consistency is so bad. But plums are easily in my top 3. I love plums. But, man, you got to be careful when you buy plums. You can get a bad batch of plums so easily. I'm probably going to take the chance and get some next time I grab some fruit. But, man, you can get a bad batch of plums so easily. I was at the farmer's market and got a whole damn thing, a whole pound of plums or whatever. And all them bitches were bad. Well, none of them plums were worth a damn. They're so inconsistent. Plums are so inconsistent. That's how I feel about peaches. I love peaches and plums, but they're so damn inconsistent. I need basically a Georgia peach. That if I'm talking about peaches and plums, whether it be a red plum or the other one, there's a certain firm. I don't need the plum to be soft. It needs to be firm, but the inside needs to be what it is. You know what I'm saying? Plums are so damn inconsistent, man. Very. Sluggo said, ABM, I know that pain. No, wait a minute. Nope, not done yet. Let's go back. ABM said, I get the ease of no seeds. Watermelon is excellent. So is kiwi. Yeah, kiwi really works as well. You can't beat watermelon in the summer, especially when it's hot. You cannot beat it. Whether you're outside or not. But if you're outside, man, you can't beat it. It'll quench your thirst. It's high in sugar, but it'll quench your thirst. It'll actually sit on your stomach and give you something to where you can run on something that's really good for you. Sweat out there a little bit. Eat light until you get out of that damn sun. But watermelon to help you to hydrate too if you've been on some bullshit. And I haven't been on any in so long because the last time I was on it, I was fucking with them seeds and the love wasn't there. Basically, you know what it is? I can't enjoy watermelon with seeds, man. I can't enjoy it. I'm too far gone. So it is what it is. It was so not enjoyable. Do you know how fast I was running through watermelons when I was just on my normal routine? I was slicing a new watermelon up every other day. It's that time of year now, man. It's that time of year. ABM says, Sluggo, I was out in that yard. The heat didn't kick my ass. Pause. I caught a vicious lower back spasm that wouldn't leave. I had to go to Jordan and blowing clippings off the driveway. My shit is still on fire. Hey man, I'm sorry. That damn back. And I know you're trying to do all the stretches you can to do something with that shit. I don't know, man. Little salon pause, but sometimes, but you know what? As much as you talk to us about it, I'm sure you're hydrated and your nutrients and multivitamin. I'm sure you're on that shit. I'm sure you're on it. And spasms are just a result of years of work you put in. But hey, look, man, and look, I broke down a long time ago. I stretch before I do my yard work. But I'm getting ready to do my weed eating and all that shit, nigga. I sit there and do trunk twists. I stretch my back out and shit. I do all this shit. I don't give a fuck with nobody. Because it's just not worth, you know what I'm saying, having some discomfort from making the wrong move. Before I do anything slightly physical, I stretch. Even when I'm weeding, I sit there and do some trunk twists and shit, stretch my back a little bit, make sure I rotate, pop my neck and all that. You know, Pop said, wake your body up in the morning. He be doing that shit stretching, you know, getting up on his tiptoes, stretching his arms out, stretching out his fingers. You need to wake up everything. You know, sometimes you just go out and get up and start moving. You haven't even turned this way or stretched anything. You wonder why you fuck around and make a false move. Now, not talking about you, but just saying, generally speaking, that's why I stretch beforehand, because something like that can happen. Catch a spasm, the lower back get tight, fuck around and make one wrong move, and now you know got a little muscle discomfort just because you bent over and you didn't stretch first. This shit's annoying. Hey, but baller to you for fighting through that shit. Baller to you, ABM.
That boy is good. That boy is good.
Most people would have used that as an excuse to get in the house and get out of the damn sun. Personally, I would take some ibuprofen for my back, but I know you're not one to take medicine, but fuck being in pain. Sluggo said, ABM, I know the pain. ABM said, did Nick talk about his workers being nervous every time a van with no windows pulls up to a job site? Now, I don't think that's really, they haven't pulled up on job sites or anything like that, but, you know, a little bit of validity to what you're saying. Sydney laughing and saying, ABM, yes, he did. ABM said, Walmart. Let me CSI this. ABM said, Bama and Primo live, where Bama and Primo live has a special parking area for golf carts, since a lot of folks ride those to the store. Yeah, and I think that's not to be in on the story, but I was just proud to hear him say that and spoke about how he handled it unapologetically. I just hate when something like that happens and you get that PC bullshit speech. No, that's something you go off about, and that was the proper reaction. I'm just glad because your son needs to see that too. He needs to understand that motherfucker had no business stopping you, and he needs to see what happened when somebody disrespects his child. He needs to understand that. When he told, I was dying laughing when he said what he said to do it. I said, man, thank God. I damn near had the tears in my eyes, standing up, applaud. I said, boy, thank God. Thank God. That's exactly how it's supposed to happen. ABM said, Baller Award to Mac Main for securing Travis Donatello Hunter a fully guaranteed contract, including $30.6 million, including a $30.6 million signing bonus. Baller to Mac Main for securing Travis Donatello Hunter a fully guaranteed contract. Y'all gotta stop with the Ninja Turtle thing. But baller to his agent, or I'm assuming that's who you're talking about.
That boy is good. That boy is good.
ABM said, I might take a trip down to Lane and Farm and pick me up some peaches and an assortment of other peach products they sell. ABM said, quote, I'm turned out on LGBTQ watermelon. Hey, man, it's not worth the I can't enjoy a seeded watermelon like the one that Sidney Jackson posted in our message board. I can't enjoy it. ABM said, I was well hydrated. I believe it was because of how I was sitting today at my desk working for 10 hours. Ordered me one of those I'm ordering me one of those ergonomic chairs tomorrow. Okay. Is that one that has the built-in massager and all of that, or just one of those racing chairs that are real comfortable? Let me know. Citizen Underground Railroad Show with That Ninja, hosted by your boy That Ninja. Almost called out the old platform once again. Those glitches really put a pause in what I was doing. But nonetheless, 9:34. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay. It's a chair that helps with comfort ABM clarifying, it's a chair that helps with, that helps with comfort and support for your back. Oh, I saw, you know what? I'm glad you brought that up. Sluggo said, Nick, did you listen to Ali Sadiq's special when he opened his bit talking about his son? I couldn't get past that part because I hate when comedians drag out jokes. Somewhat reminds me of Kevin Hart. No, man, don't put Ali Sadiq in that category. No, man, that shit's funny. Sit down and watch, dude. My Two Sons and Rugged. Ali Sadiq's hysterical. He's doing a great job of putting out, like, I bought both of those. My Two Sons and Rugged, I watched that shit months ago. Because every time he come out with some new shit, I buy it. But no, dude, I mean, he was setting the joke up, but it wasn't that slow, dude. Just keep listening. Both of those specials are good, dude. Both of those specials are good. If it was dragging out, go back. But I would. Ali Sadiq is actually funny. I think again, it's early. But if you haven't heard it, and I know I recommended this to other people, but I don't know if you need to you just need punchlines like boom, boom, boom. I don't know if you need that, if you're that type of cat. But go back and watch the first Domino Effect. Now, if you don't like that, then maybe you don't like Ali Sadiq, but that's some of the funniest shit and some of the best work comedically that I've seen somebody do in a while. Because you can't go wrong talking about yourself, and that's what true comedy is, unless you're just clever enough to talk about society or to talk about current events or situations that you may or may not be making up and adding sauce to, quote unquote. But no, funny, sir. My Two Sons, watch that. That's just funny. I highly recommend going back and watching that. It didn't take them long to get into something. The setup was go back and get into it, dude. It's funny. He did a real good job with that, in my opinion. But yes, sir, I watched My Two Sons and I've seen Rugged. Sluggo said, I got to push through that part to finish it out. Yeah, push through it, man. It's funny. Sluggo said, I generally think he's pretty funny. I just kept hearing the 29-year-old male. Yeah, I mean, keep watching the man. All that shit comes together. I promise you, the way he talked about it, all that shit comes together. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Okay. Underestimated my time going early on those other subjects. Not early, but getting into those other subjects. I'm debating whether I want to jump into this, but, y'all have stayed with me through those damn glitches. So let me just stay with it, even though I might have lost some people. But the title of today's show, The Complicit Accomplice. The Complicit Accomplice. And when I speak about the complicit accomplice, as I spoke about earlier, I'm speaking about
Amerikkka.
Even if you go back to the Revolutionary War, Crispus Attucks, the first man killed in the Revolutionary War, that really wasn't taught in the history books because, again, if Crispus Attucks was the first person killed in the Revolutionary War, well, he wasn't a slave. Why was he free? What are the circumstances around that? Give me details. They left out everything that would cause you to investigate further. So they were in America. This country was a complicit accomplice in the slow IV drip of brainwashing that we've endured since before we were freed and after we were freed. And this fucking educational system has been a huge part of that, along with the propaganda that is pushed every day. So many things that are casual that we shouldn't accept, like Happy 4th of July. So you can go back as far as the Revolutionary War. I mean, and of course, we can talk about chattel slavery. Obviously, the country was complicit in that. We were freed to nothing. It was nothing more than a setup because of all of the wars, all of the battles we had during the war with them. They knew that time was coming, so we were given the illusion of freedom, and they simply used that illusion of freedom to, quote unquote, legally arrest us and put us right back in the same position, giving us nothing at all. And when we overcame that and still pulled our way out of that in less than 60 years, might not have even been that long, they responded with violence because that's the only fucking thing they know. Hence the behavior you're seeing right now. And made no mistake about it, they should have had way more empathy because without us, they would have never won the Revolutionary War. And they were even bogus from the beginning because when they taught that, maybe some people got that information. I wasn't told about Crispus Attucks or Crispus Attucks, or however it's pronounced. I've heard 2 or 3 different pronunciations. I was never taught that. So they were complicit in that as well. If you go to World War I and II, they were sending people. You had the small, rich, and privileged majority sending the common person to get fucking slaughtered. That damn, that shit, and again, if you're talking about Black Americans, it's not even close. Freeze Love told a story, his family's light-skinned. So they made one of his ancestors be a gunnery sergeant when Black people weren't supposed to do that. He handled that shit, and when he applied for his gunnery sergeant pay, they put him in jail and tried to say he lied because Black people weren't allowed to be gunnery sergeants. Again, this type of thing happened to Black people all the time, and that history is buried and covered up. And I hate, like back in the day when they tried to draw false equivalents, that if a white person was racist and a Black person had a problem with white people, they labeled them the same. That's bullshit. Black people have a history in this country that allows an understanding and a reason to feel that way about white people. White people don't have that. At best, you have an individual situation that has nothing to do, but you have nothing where Black America went after you. We've never done that. You have nothing where Black America made laws that prevented you from doing things. That didn't happen. So I always hated that equivalence. And the reason why that would happen, and again, I know otherwise intelligent Black people that would push this, is because you don't have a sense of history. And you're taught through this. And again, I don't completely blame these ninjas. That's this evil country teaching people. I should play that clip. As Carol Anderson said, it's the presence of Black people with a backbone, with drive, with a refusal to be subjugated that enact white rage. Therefore, the country has always punished Black resilience and Black resolve. So the natural reaction to that to some is, okay, if you're resilient, if you have resolve, they get you, so do the opposite. And that's the conditioning of them wanting you to be a bastardized version of a European male. They're not really trying to make a United States. They're trying to make a United States where everybody acts like them. That's what they want. They want assimilation. And for that group to ask us to assimilate is insulting, especially when they let everybody else have some type of culture, but they want our culture to be a bastardized version of theirs. Some of us are cool with it, others aren't. But again, going back to America being the complicit accomplice, speaking about Black people in those wars, it's bad now. We know how bad it was then. World War II as well for those of us that went. But in those wars, when was it Normandy? The beaches of Normandy, when they dropped the lid and they were just, those people that sent them knew they were sending them to get fucking slaughtered for nothing more than disagreements from a small group of motherfuckers who had the ability to get other people killed. And them, through either naivete or the brainwashing through this country, took that shit as a semblance of pride, like proud and loud to defend being manipulated and used. This country's always been complicit in slaughtering its citizens in the name of war. And always complicit in them going to war. Vietnam War, again, where Black people were being recruited to go to a fucking war in a country that didn't even recognize them as equal. Still doesn't. My best friend always talked about his father had a great job at the time, and they recruited him to go to fucking Vietnam. Imagine a fucking country that doesn't, this fucking country telling Black people, you need to go here and fight a war to defend this country. Again, that's why Muhammad Ali didn't go. He said the Vietnam War is about the white man sending the Black man. Hold on, I'm about to fuck the quote up. The Vietnam War is about the white man telling the Black man to go fight the yellow man to defend the country he stole from the red man. Probably in my top 2 Muhammad Ali quotes. That's probably my favorite one. He saw it for what it was. But when this country sent, and I'm speaking about our situation, but just generally in war, they sent a lot of white people over there to get slaughtered. I mean, there was a movie made about how they purposely sent out Black regiments essentially to get slaughtered. That stupid ass Glory movie. I didn't even bring up the Civil War. But again, without black people, they wouldn't have won the Civil War either. I hated the movie Glory. There were parts in it, but I hated the concept of the movie because you're telling me that this group of black people were happy and they felt accomplished and they felt vindicated because white people recognized them and good luck, 44th. And they started cheering for him. And as they were walking off, they were smiling as if that symbolized that was such fucking for that scene. Wrong one. Insulting scene. Point being that America has always been very frivolous about killing its citizens, attacking other countries, and engaging in war. The reason why they're frivolous is because the people that make this decision don't have to worry about themselves or any of their kids going. And if they do send the kid for symbolic purposes, they make sure that they're safe. So a group of people sending other people that they wouldn't even fucking speak to on the street to go die. It's not like most of these wars have not been about what they promoted. They hate us for our freedom. No, that's not true. We'll elaborate on that as well. But Vietnam was a setup. They sent them to a fucked up area and a fucked up hostile situation that they were not prepared for. That was an L. And a lot of unnecessary deaths and a lot of unnecessary trauma and drug use came from that fucking Vietnam War, along with World War II, World War I, Civil War, the Revolutionary War. We can talk about Desert Storm, Iraq. But as Sydney posted, this stupid motherfucker might have started World War III. Allegedly bombing so-called nuclear bases in aid of Israel. And when they first started talking about, the area, the Middle East and whatnot, I don't know the separatism or exactly about, because I get all of those mixed up when we're talking about the people in the different, kind of sections and sets. But generally speaking, the image, it's like the whole thing with Russia. And when we were in disagreement with Russia, they always made the movies about Russia, how Russia was super evil and shit. And we always have movies about Russia attacking and all this goofy shit, Rocky movies, you fighting a Russian. The propaganda has always been there anytime we had a conflict. Anytime we had a conflict, they always gave you a reason. Now, personally, I feel like I have a unique perspective. White people, for the most part, are blinded by patriotism. That's why they willingly went and got killed in those other wars. Black people didn't necessarily have the best options. So they wanted the benefits you would get. So that's why a lot of us did it. No other options way back in the day. Vietnam, some people actually signed up, but a lot of us were recruited, again, by a country that hadn't even stopped with their bullshit yet, but we want you to fight this war. A lot of veterans came back from World War. A lot of black people came back. What's the individual that some crackers put his fucking eyes out? He survived war, made it back here, and had his eyes put out by some crackers that they never convicted. And again, there's so much in this country to talk about. Again, black people fighting for this fucking country and then coming back and having to deal with ignorant, poorly raised, savage, should have been killed as baby-ass citizens. And it should be taught as that so you understand. But again, to stay focused, this is par for the course. This is what the country has always done. America has always been a complicit accomplice. They've always engaged in war. They've always been complicit in a crime. The crime is sending your citizens to die in the name of your greed, which is what the majority of this is most of the time. In the name of your greed or whatever bullshit agenda you're pushing, generally against a country with brown people in it. I don't think that area hates us, quote unquote, for our freedom. They hate the fact that you invaded and involved yourselves in their business. And again, as a black person, and I've often said this about this country, we're the only thing that saves it, because left up to the majority, meaning the whites, they'll destroy this motherfucker. Is what they do. Check the history. We have a unique perspective as black people to look at the country for what it is. White people are blinded by what they call patriotism, but if you actually look at their actions, January 6th, it's really terrorism, the true definition of it. They're the only terrorists that have ever really existed in this country. They outrank all the rest. And January 6th was a prime example of everything they did back in the day. The only difference was a lower body count. It's the exact same behavior. So when you don't study your history, if you don't learn your history, you're doomed to repeat it. They want to repeat it. They don't talk about history and all the ignorant shit that the ancestors they should be ashamed of, but they're proud of did. How can you speak negatively about people you're proud of? Again, they're proud of their ancestors that we all, in real time, their ancestors who we would fucking kill if we had the opportunity to, they're proud of them for everything they did. So how the fuck can this group of people coexist with the same bullshit education? Their history and their experience in this country is not the same. So you have to understand the way that we both feel about the country is going to be different. It has to be, because we didn't have the same experience. If you invade again, the perspective, you invaded this country and made an arbitrary line and gave an area to these so-called Israelites, the so-called Jews, because of a promise that Britain made. And America, again, was an accomplice in this, and the terminology they use is an ally. So you gangstered their shit, put them in this area, and now you've aided them as they try to eliminate and push out and reinforce their presence in the area. That might have something to do with why the fuck they don't like you. But I can say that because I'm not blinded by what they lie and call patriotism. It's really terrorism, but I'm not blinded by that stupid shit. I don't tear up looking at the fucking flag. I'm not supposed to. I'm a ninja. I can understand ninjas that went and got the most out of the service. Even some that, like there's no excuse for the dumb shit that Shaq says. Watching a black man get murdered and looking at that and feeling nothing but being stomped down about, I have military and police in my family. That has nothing to do with murder, motherfucker. This is what you say if you're a man. I have military and police in my family, so I'm against that person because he doesn't represent what a policeman is supposed to be. That's what a man does. But, to a degree, Shaq and Charles are complicit in the whites doing what they do with the police, pretending like they don't see it. But the point here is that America is a complicit and accomplice in all of these situations. And then they turn around, and it's no different than, again, if you understand the history, a psychopath will never admit doing wrong. And when you point it out, they will lash out and feel like they're the victim. That is a characteristic of psychopathy. So when America does things to make people dislike them, they then turn around and play victim. I think in most of these situations, if you would stay the fuck out of other people's business, because there are horrible, horrible things happening to black people in this world that they never jump in and stop. So it's not about morality. Miss me with that shit. If you would stay the fuck out of other people's business and stop being an accomplice to the terrorism that's being enacted upon these groups, you might not have an issue. Most of this shit this country brings on itself by involving themselves in other people's business. I'm going to come in your country, change your regime, put somebody I like in charge, and start handing you Bibles. You do know they did that shit to us, right? They haven't changed. They haven't talked about the history and all of that because they're still doing the exact same shit. I don't like what you're doing. I want something you have. I'm about to come in here and gangster your shit. And when people push back, oh, they hate us for our freedom. No, they hate you for being a terrorist in their fucking country. That's the truth of the matter.
White man just a joy to be around. They smell like lemon juice and pledge furniture cleaner.
They truly believe that, which is why they can't understand why they're not happy that they've come. We've come here to liberate you when you don't want it. We're here. Look, it's the magical white people here to tell you how to live. What's your problem?
Amerikkka.
So anytime they engage in terrorist acts and abominations, they hide it behind some kind of bullshit veil of freedom fighting or liberating or whatever the fuck they want to call it. This goofy motherfucker sent out an airstrike, allegedly taking out areas where they had nuclear capabilities in Palestine. And after bombing a fucking country, this motherfucker said, now's the time for peace. I think I heard this when you know what I mean? Now's the time for peace.
That's a lie! That's a goddamn lie!
Come on, man, that's a brittle spirit. That is a brittle ass spirit.
America's always been a complicit accomplice in all of these wars, starting half of them, and being a complicit accomplice in lying and misleading their citizens into being slaughtered for nothing more than greed and disagreements between people who, if you were in the same room with, would treat you like how they feel about you, like pure shit. So Black people have a unique perspective on it. We can look at the country for what it is. We don't have the red, white, and blue blinders on that most white Americans have, that happily and proudly and loudly go to be slaughtered and go to be accomplice in this goofy shit that if they were actually paying attention to, they'd be upset half the time. But again, you elected this ignorant bastard. He's about to send you back to war or involving you in dumb shit now. And I'm telling you, the quote-unquote heartbeat of America, if you really talk to them, they rationalize all this shit the same way they rationalize the shit their ancestors did now and the way that their ancestors did it in real time. Stay diligent. Stay diligent. The complicit accomplice known as America, the thing about it is, the way I look at it, they're not going to stop here. Just pay attention. This ignorant bastard is going to get us involved in some bullshit. And again, framing it as helping the allies. Being an accomplice in murder, but do you think? But America has always had a history of simply feeding their citizens to the wolves for whatever their goals were. And foolishly, the majority of the white citizens do it happily and proudly. Again, if they were paying attention, maybe, just maybe, this country could be something. And this is such a kind of out of range side note. But when I hear simple-minded things that lack details like racism isn't a thing, it's fabricated, you're stupid if you let that run you, that's a dumbass statement. Tell the truth. Racism is a thing because a lot of white people believe in it. So you can't dismiss it like that. Was it fabricated? Is it used to control us? Yes, but it's real because they believe it's real. It's real when a cop murders a nigga because he knows he can get away with it. That's racism all day long. It's not because he's looking at him and thinking, I don't believe your finances are in order and I don't like you because green matters. I just hate when things like that are said to try to, you can't fix nothing not talking about what the fuck's going on. Racism very much exists because there are a lot of ignorant ass white people in this country. We're not racist if we react to the way we're treated. We're not in a position to be racist against white America, if you actually understand the definition of the word. Because if you mention that to them, that's the first thing they're going to say to you. Again, psychopathy. But the point in America being a complicit accomplice is that they generally and always, this is a pattern. So every so many years, they find some shit to get into for whatever reason, economic boom, control, power. The fact that in their lineage and in their bloodline and in their behavior is savagery. If they didn't have us to fight, they'd be fighting each other. It's the only fucking thing they know. So more of the same, and congratulations once again to all the ignorant, low-life, mouth-breathing motherfuckers that support terrorism, claim to love the country, and put a piece of shit in office who you admire. You admire a rapist, a bad businessman, and somebody that ran on race baiting because, once again, the only thing this country truly values is white terrorism. It's the only thing you're really supporting with this piece of shit. Once again, fuck all of you sideways. Most people will just smile it off. Oh, it is what it is. No, it's not. The same people screaming about I love the country over and over again won't shut the fuck up about it when they're using it as an excuse to criticize a black athlete. But this motherfucker does all of these things to a country you claim you love, shits on people in the military, does everything you say you don't like, and nothing. Why? Because he showed white ignorance and race baiting, and that's all you simple, worthless motherfuckers needed. That shit doesn't deserve a pass. Fuck all y'all. You don't love shit but your ignorant ass goddamn traditional white savagery. I hate Kaepernick because he's disrespecting the military, which was always a lie. He literally disrespected the military to your face. I don't see it. You can't disrespect women. Grab them in the pussy. You don't care. That's fine. What's not fine is ninjas looking at this and not realizing everything that they say I need to throw away. They're not to be trusted. I mean that. If you're offended, don't care. If you didn't vote for them, you either ignore it or downplay it. You know people that support it and they're still your fucking friends. You're a goddamn terrorist or you're an accomplice to a fucking terrorist. But you don't love the country. You love the ignorant shit your ancestors have done and continue to do in this fucking country. I digress, but not surprising, but this is pretty much tradition. This is all they do. And if, we're not in a position to save the whites for themselves, they're going to manage to fuck all of this up. And I meant that. This is the Underground Railroad Show hosted by your boy, That Ninja. Sluggo said, keeping souvenirs of black people's remains won't seem that uncivilized when you're teaching that you civilize the world. And again, Nat Turner, they did that to him. That's not the only ninja. They kept body parts from some of the ninjas they killed when they bombed the MOVE movement in Philadelphia. I think Sluggo talked about that. There was some shit in a museum in New York or some shit. Family members, their relatives remain somewhere in the museum. Oh, these are niggas they bombed when they would just because they could. Again, we're still at war. They bombed ninjas in the 80s, and that. I know I say this all the time, man, but dude, if you look at it, I can see in real time the only thing they've ever done is lied about what the fuck they. The reason why we don't know what the fuck is up because these motherfuckers have always lied. They paint themselves as heroes when they're literally the adaptation of the devil when it concerns black people in this country, which is what I'm concerned about. Me, us. When it comes to us, for the majority of the time that we've been here, these motherfuckers have been the devil in one way or another. And if you haven't, then good for you. It doesn't have anything to do with the rest of these motherfuckers. The devil is alive and well. If you look at the way that they act, these small things that we need resolved they're not being resolved because they don't give a shit. And the sooner that whatever so-called leadership group we have says that and admits that out loud, then we can start to accomplish something. But the continuation that, it's from the brainwashing, but this continuation of, and this is a form of Stockholm syndrome, blaming ourselves, like the lack of voting by a ninja does not make white people do fucked up shit and not give us a bill. It has nothing to do with them being ignorant and voting for a fucking terrorist. They're doing that because of their upbringing, their bloodline, and their heritage. So there's no criticism for that. You didn't vote and look what they're doing. Yeah, I didn't vote, so now a bunch of great heroes are now turning evil. What are you talking about? You don't fix pure stupidity and savagery and ignorance and being a dumb motherfucker that supports anything the white people do. January 6th, fuck you if you're offended. My child went to a whole school full of ignorant motherfuckers that support that shit. All of y'all are stupid. I love the country. No, you don't. You're proud of your ignorant ass fucking ancestors that you should be ashamed of. Fuck you sideways. Those are the same people that you would have shot in the face if you would have got a chance. I promise you. This has to be talked about. That's how you get past it. Not by them erasing it and telling you you're wrong for bringing it up because their kid might feel bad. Fuck you. A German can't tell a Jewish person how to feel about the Holocaust. They can't tell us how to feel about their fucking ancestors and our ancestors' treatment in this country. And again, I've had conversations with them, and you had to tell them, calm down, shut up. I said, your stupid ass is screaming because I'm telling you the truth. Do you realize how fucking dumb you are? In a position when you talk to them about that, their reaction is to get mad because it's coming up as opposed to listening to what you're saying. And again, it goes back to only a fool respects something or someone that doesn't respect them. If they're not willing to listen, they don't respect you. If they don't respect you, why do you care about what they think anyway? And it should be that way even if they're on fucking TV with a suit on. At any rate, it's okay to function in society and play the game, but you can't believe this shit. We're going to be in bad shape if we do. Sluggo said, if you ever did a tournament bracket of best athletes of all time, Ali would win in a runaway just by how great he was outside of the ring. I agree 1,000%.
You hear you? I hear you.
Especially considering these motherfuckers now that won't speak up. Tamar Rice murdered for absolutely no reason, and you won't speak on that. Why? But again, if you speak on a black child being murdered by fucking psychotic cop police, then you lose endorsements. Doesn't that mean the people giving you endorsements are low-life, ignorant pieces of shit? The fuck's going on? I don't like a cop murdering a kid for no reason, and something's wrong with me? Again, we're not going to stop being pieces of shit. Just don't talk about it. That can't be the new future. That can't be it.
You must be on something.
But preach on that, Sluggo. Again, he had the ability for America to hide him. He didn't do that. He had the ability to take whatever little advantages he had and be used as a way to get more black people to go to war. He knew that. He wasn't going to have to go to battle, but they were going to use him to recruit more black people. He wasn't going to do that. They were going to do with him what they did with Joe Louis. They used Joe Louis to help to recruit black people. Ali wasn't going to lead his people in the slaughter. He said, nobody in the Vietnam ever did anything to me. If I'm going to fight somebody, I'm going to fight you. You my oppressor when I want rights. You my oppressor. He's talking to white America. He said, I'm going to fight somebody. I'm going to stay here and fight you. You're my fucking problem. What the fuck I'm going over there for? That was the truth. Again, I don't want to go off on a billion rants. But yeah, preach on Ali winning hands down. And as I said, it was an L. Sluggo said, and they got their asses handed to them in Vietnam. Yeah, we went and fought on their home field, just millions of citizens and black people being slaughtered. Now, the whites, if you want to go die for this country, that's on you. That has nothing to do with us. Black people had no business being there. They had radios playing something that said, "Black man, this is not your war. Go home." I'm paraphrasing because they know the history of us in this country. It wasn't our fucking war. Black man, is not your war. Go home. Trying to cause division. But if you remember when Jungle Brother went to the service, the white damn little sergeants were telling him, hey, there's going to be some black people in here calling you brother. They're not your brother. Imagine a fucking white person telling you don't let another black person call you brother. Motherfuckers are absolutely crazy. The fucking caucasity. This is the 80s when this happened. But imagine, you know what, let me just keep reading the chat. But again, got their asses handed to them, Sluggo. Facts. ABM said the CIA has had a hand in some of the biggest films in Hollywood. Obviously, there's no way it's a coincidence. This propaganda, it's never changed. You can go back to The Birth of a Nation, not the one made by my man about Nat Turner, the one the whites made that helped to program the minds of the simple-minded, program the minds of the simple-ass whites in this country. They glorified the Klan, glorified killing ninjas. And you think that shit didn't have anything to do with all the massacres, especially once they removed the military, knowing what would happen? This country's always been a complicit accomplice in things that have happened to us, even their own very white citizens, but I'm mainly talking about us. Sluggo said, white people hide behind patriotism. They might be some of the worst citizens on the planet when you base your opinions on history. And again, that's a motherfucking fact. Sluggo said, as Dr. Clark would say, black people will out-pope the Pope when they're taught. When we're taught something, we really hang on to it as if well, I'm stuttering. Let's go back. As Dr. Clark would say, black people will out-pope the Pope. When we're taught something, we really hang on to it as if it's the end-all, be-all. Look no further than voting and religion. Sluggo, you are fucking preaching, sir. We can get into that. I've spoken to my dad in a long, okay, as far as politics, what he just said. Nobody votes for the Democratic Party at a higher clip. Yet and still, bitch-ass niggas like Steve Harvey and our so-called representatives tell you to shut the fuck up, not ask questions, and don't expect anything. Just be happy they're letting the ninja come in for you to look at. Well, Dr. King told me symbolism was bullshit. Symbolism and gradualism was bullshit in the 60s. So how in the fuck do you think what you're saying is relevant? You're shitting on his legacy, bitch-ass nigga, for a couple of dollars. If you're going to scream about vote, lack of details only help the wicked. Vote with a purpose. Have demands, not demands, goddammit. We vote for y'all more than anybody. Meet our demands because nobody votes for you at a higher clip than we do. Meet our demands. I'm not asking. Meet our fucking demands. If you don't, you know what? What do you think is going to happen differently? They're already being fucked up. What the hell is going to be worse? It's the same shit. It's not the same with the religious thing. Do this or else. Okay, that's real cute. This isn't working. So what needs to happen? You have to demand something from the system you're telling us to use. But when you tell them to do that, they get mad. If Dr. King told me that now is not the time to fall victim to the tranquilizing drug of gradualism and symbolism. Now is the time to make real the promises of America. If he said that in the 60s, how the fuck can you still say we just need to get them in there? No, you dumb motherfucker. God damn. You can argue with me all you want to. You can't. If Dr. King said that, if Dr. King and Malcolm X and multiple other real black leaders said that was bullshit in the fucking 50s and 60s, how the hell is it relevant in 2025? The fuck out of here. But along the lines of voting, we vote for the Democratic Party at a higher clip and don't demand anything. You should demand it to the point where they have to flat out tell you, we're not doing that. And then you have to look at yourselves and say, well, fuck you then. You can point out everything that they do for everybody else. To sign a Jewish hate bill when this country literally hates us and won't admit it is fucking insulting. And not to have anybody in a position to speak on it say something is not okay. And for bitch-ass celebrities to say, y'all be quiet, what are y'all doing? Why are you okay with symbolism, you bitch-ass nigga? Malcolm X said that a fucking entertainer and an athlete is not a leader. White people prop you up to push the white agenda. Shut the fuck up. Malcolm told me about you bitch-ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. How dare you ask something of your fucking politicians? How dare you? Who the fuck do you think you are? A citizen? The same motherfucker telling you racism doesn't exist tell you can't ask for stuff like everybody else. You know that. No, I don't. If racism doesn't exist, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't have it both ways. Goddamn, if these people are so great, why can't you mention along the line of politics? You can't mention black. If you do, you won't get voted in. And niggas know that. So instead of being pissed off and infuriated by that, you're saying, shut the fuck up. Y'all know they won't vote for us if we do that. Bitch ass, second class citizen. Yes, sir, nigga. That goes back to I'm comfortable. Don't y'all fuck this up. I'm comfortable. I really don't. And maybe that's my problem. I don't have the attitude. I don't look at it like if I'm good, I don't care about every other nigga. I know a lot of niggas that do. A lot of them are Christians too, so-called. But that's what's killing us. That attitude, I don't care about other black people, whatever. Okay, that's cute. Have fun with that. That's not what my life experiences have led me to believe. If we don't care about each other, we're fucking done already. You can stop talking about getting to church. That ain't fixing a fucking thing. You can stop talking about voting. If we don't understand that we are we and we are having to deal with them, if you don't know that and willing to admit that there's not an us and them, every other conversation is null and void. What was the conversation? The quote by Neely Fuller, Sluggo? If you don't understand racism, what it is and how it's used, then everything else you think you know will only confuse you. And I'm paraphrasing. But if you don't understand white something, or if you don't understand racism, what it is and how it's used, everything else you think you know will only confuse you. So these people believe they're talking some good shit, but they're confused. But again, they're victims of this slow IV drip. I get it. But when they get irrefutable facts, they want to stay in the matrix so bad they yell at you. So in 2050, we're still going to be saying the same shit. Don't say nothing. We just got to get them in there, and then they can try to do something. God damn, nigga, do you know how long we've been saying that shit? At any rate. And in the veils of religion, white people have nothing on black people when it comes to Christianity. White people are the B team. Nobody out Christians black people. And yet and still, if you look at the results, the whites benefit from it a lot more. That doesn't make sense either. I did a show on that one year on the religion thing, just talking about results. The shit don't add up.
God damn anybody who doesn't glorify his work.
Sluggo said Amerikkka is the true puppet master around the globe. Any country with a backbone is a sworn I'm sure that's a misprint. I'm trying to catch that. Amerikkka is the true puppet master around the globe. Any country with a backbone is a sworn, not the state. I should be able to CSI that for me, dude. I can't CSI right now. I'm too close to the forest to see the trees. But I believe he's talking about any country with a backbone. We pretty much label them an enemy, or the country does. Let me not say we. I'm annoyed when niggas say we voted him in. No white people did. I don't know why niggas are so afraid to say white. White people voted him in. White people are fucking up the country because they're so busy worrying about getting somebody in that appeals to their ignorant ass fucking ancestry of hate. If they actually cared about the country and the military and cared about the citizens, it wouldn't be so fucked up. But that's not their main goal. Sluggo said, Iran and Russia have been exposed on a paper tiger. As paper tigers, rather. Because if you bomb my people over some BS like nukes, when you're the only country to ever use them, I'd crash out and go full throttle on this propaganda machine. Yeah. True. Iran and Russia have been exposed as paper tigers. Because you're just making up shit and bombing motherfuckers. It's interesting. And again, your involvement is why they're pissed. You aided in somebody coming and making an arbitrary line and saying this belongs to them now because we said so. I can't imagine why they had a problem with that. Sluggo said, I know a country who doesn't deserve nukes. ABM says, Sluggo, Iran and others would be wise to unleash their sleeper cells in this country. Attack from within where vulnerability is massive. I'm just saying. And that's the type of shit that they're opening, that's the type of thing that they're breeding with this behavior. And these goofy motherfuckers are just, oh, America, USA. Yeah, okay, man. Okay. Sluggo saying facts, ABM. ABM said the ironic thing about this latest terrorist bully attack is that both sides of the aisle do this. Presidents authorize military strikes without the approval of Congress, which is the law. Also, the bigger issue is that Israel and AIPAC run the U.S. government. It's sickening that people don't understand that Israel is the real live devil. I hope I live long enough to see Israel get that work. And again, we're not taught the truth because anybody that the country is cool with, they just give you a fluff story. Like the bullshit movies we get, That's why all the heroes are depicted as white. That's why bad guys wear black. It's very small. It's a microaggression. It's a IV drip brainwash type deal, but the shit's real. Preach. If people truly understood the history and what actually goes on, as opposed to the way that they try to, because if you say something, they're going to call you anti-Semitic, but they're not anti-Palestinian, or they're not judging by the white standards for everybody else. Obviously, the country is anti-black. And telling the truth about, if y'all don't like the fact that you were on all fours and we taught you how to bathe, build a time machine and go tell your ancestors to bathe. Why are you getting mad at people to say it? Again, they don't care about the truth. Don't you dare say something we haven't sanctioned. Fuck you. That's all this shit is. Don't say something we haven't sanctioned. And there are so many people that don't understand or don't believe that they would just flat out lie about things. And that's why they can just put something on the news and people just go with it. Sluggo said Jim Brown was the way until his later years. Then it seems like he gave in to capitalism. It does, but you know, as we were saying before, or as I was saying, I'm going to compartmentalize and not wipe away what he did before based on something he said in his latter years. You know, it is what it is. I'm going to choose to compartmentalize and say that, you know, I'm going to focus on what he did. In the past, and just try to lean on that. Try to lean on that, sir, but I feel you. Sluggo said, facts, ABM. There's a book called National Security Cinema, the shocking new evidence of government control in Hollywood. Well, dude, think about it now. And like, people just think I'm talking when I'm saying this, like I'm being serious. Look at the image of black men. They're doing this for a reason. How you fuck up a people is take the man out the house. Make the family think they don't need the man. And all of this dumbass shit they're pushing on television doesn't help. Cosby Show, A Different World and stuff were really positive images. There are a lot of positive images on TV. I can't think of a good reason that they still don't have said positive images. I can't think of a good reason to not have those now. Unfortunately, you don't have people in charge to the point, and they program people to the point where a person really won't call out the fact that you can't find what I would dub, I don't know what else to call it, a regular black family on TV. Every black man is subjugated or is always willing to tap dance, never aggressive, never standing up. They don't show any regular black men really on TV. Every movie has an agenda. Even you know what, let me stop. There are so many little things. The way that they depict couples, the racial makeup of the couples. The fact that the woman's always driving in the commercial. Some of these things you think seem small, and you know, a lot of people just hear their individual group being called out and you just start throwing tantrums. But that's because you're not unselfish enough to look at the better good. That's how they use all these groups. When they go with women and pretend like they care so they can cause a division, they're just using you to cause a division. They're just using you to divide and conquer. And if you can get out of the selfish state of thinking that it's us, you know, you're not part of the group, it will be better for everybody. When they do that with gay people, there's some black gay people that join in on that bullshit as if you're not black first. When they go after our women and with this divide and conquer shit, it's all, they use cinema to help push it along with laws saying, get the man out the house, we'll give you money. Margaret Sanger. It's all bullshit and it's all strategic. Again, they're trying to do that. Nobody gets it worse than us here. You're not going to get perspective from the average white person because they're going to draw false equivalents. They don't really care. They know it's to their advantage. And, quite frankly, they don't need to care. It's not even, my only thing is just shut the fuck up and live your life. But to complain when we bring it up, those motherfuckers eat a dick. Eat a fucking dick. It's purposely done and it's annoying, and motherfuckers just don't notice. It's purposely done. You know how many stupid ass movies I've seen where a ninja should have snapped? That one with Queen Latifah, Ludacris, that recent one on Netflix, super stupid movie. I don't usually talk about movies, but they did the white version of what they would want black people to do. Instead of handling your business, they did the watered down, the way we want you to act version. So every time you see us in shows and shit, they have the ninjas act how they want us to act. That's why they hire all these Brits, because they don't have any emotional attachment to what happened to us here. They're willing to be a little more, they're not going to get any pushback when they're just telling you bullshit. Like, here come a Harriet Tubman story where we're going to make up some bullshit in it. We're going to make something up in this. This ninja trying to make a movie about Nat Turner. We're going to do everything in our power to stop it because he's not allowing a white person to come in and put in some white bullshit so we can feel better about what we did. He said, no, I'm telling this story how it happened. I'm not going to whiten this up. I'm not bringing in a white director. I'm not making white heroes like you want. And that's why they attacked him. And it worked to a certain degree. I'm sorry I'm ranting, but yeah, no doubt, Sluggo. ABM said, there are a whole heap of ninjas posting shit like, quote, if goddamn. Oh my fucking God. Okay. There's a whole heap of ninjas posting shit like, quote, if y'all would have voted, he wouldn't be in office. No, you dumb motherfucker. If white people weren't so goddamn stupid, let me say it again. If the majority of white people weren't so goddamn stupid and they actually had morals and they actually really cared about the country, he wouldn't be in office. White people put him in office, not because of the lack of black people voting. This is what I mean by being fucking stupid and a coward. Half of you don't believe it. You're just so much of a fucking coward, you're not willing to say something to white people because they haven't given you permission to. If y'all really care about this voting shit, I'm so sick of seeing that. Talk to your white friends, you bitch-ass nigga. Talk to them and ask them why they voted for somebody that attacked the country they claim they love. And if you're not man or woman enough to do that, shut the fuck up. Black people didn't make goofy ass white people, and this dumbass president didn't make him do the thing that he's doing. He's not a piece of shit because we didn't vote. He's a piece of shit because of his parents, because of his country, because of their culture, because of his bloodline, because of his ancestral DNA. That's why they're fucked up. It's not because of something we didn't do. That's bitch nigga shit. I'm so sick of that shit. They aren't fucked up because of something we did or didn't do. They're fucked up because of their upbringing. They didn't vote for him because we didn't vote hard enough, pray hard enough. They voted for him. Look at him. He reminds me of my piece of shit ancestors, talking shit about black people. He had nothing political going on that mattered. He just appealed to the ignorant side of white America, and that's all it took. I'm sorry, ABM. Let me finish your chat. After all of this, we still got stupid ass black people saying things like that. You know what that means? Next voting cycle, your dumb ass is going to do the same shit. God damn. The problem is not what we're doing or not doing. The problem is white America. Try to fix that. If you're not willing to do that, shut up and enjoy the ride.
What? Nigga, please.
Damn. So sick of hearing that shit. I digress. There's a whole heap of ninjas posting shit like, if y'all would have voted, he wouldn't be in office. These dumbass sheep keep posting that lie about black men when the empirical data shows whites and Hispanics voted at a higher clip for -92. These ninjas still won't accept that Harris was an awful candidate that got vote raced in 2020 and couldn't answer questions when interviewed, even when her team screened the questions she could be asked. These ninjas are so stupid. And again, facts on that shit. Let me bomb drop that. And I'll elaborate even further on a couple of other things you said. But preach. Learn your history or you're doomed to repeat it. After all of this, you're still so fucked up mentally, you're blaming yourself for the actions of white America. And that's a controversial statement for a lot of bitch-ass niggas. Stop blaming yourself for what white America is doing. You cannot control them. Jesus.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm fully aware that nothing I did made those dumb motherfuckers vote for him. But there are some things to talk about if you really want to talk about the political process and him getting elected. There are some things to talk about, and I'll do it after this bomb drop. The empirical data shows whites and Hispanics voted at a higher clip for -92. So you should talk to white people, you should talk to white people and then appeal to their alleged morality and their alleged love for the country and their alleged love for the military. You should appeal to Hispanic people and show them clips of Donald Trump talking about how they're criminals and rapists. Last but not least, you should appeal to white women who he rapes and takes away their rights to do what they want to do with their own body. The problem is all of those groups were so stupid and so much of a terrorist and a dumb motherfucker. If white men really cared about the country the way that they did, they wouldn't have voted for him. You couldn't, because he attacked the country you said you loved. He shitted on people that were in the military, including John McCain. He called other people that died in military wars stupid, and you still vote for him because you're an ignorant terrorist piece of shit. Hispanic people, self-hate, stupidity, but you voted for somebody that's going to get rid of people and attack people and harass people and terrorize people that look just like you and came from where you came from. You're an Anglophile. And women, dumb bitches. He took away your rights, rapes women you claim you care about. You know, you're a woman, the whole campaign, believe women. He's raped women. 12 accusations. Grab them by the pussy. You no longer can have an abortion because I don't think you should have it. And you voted for him. Dumb bitches. How about that? It's very simple. Anybody still talking about us, you're a sheep following an agenda that was set up for you by white people. Let me say that again. Even if you heard a black person saying it, that's where they got it from. That narrative, that entire narrative is a white narrative. Look at every movie they've ever done. When they're fucking up, they always work it back around the false equivalence, or this ninja did that, so we did this. And that's what you're doing right there. That's their narrative. Be a man. Think for yourself. Be a man or a woman or an adult. Sluggo said, that's good paraphrasing, sir. ABM said, Black Hawk Down is a big movie the CIA had a hand in through their entertainment industry entertainment program. Freeze Love talked about it one time. He said that it is legal for the government and the CIA to conduct theater in America. So they're not bullshitting when they say this. Sluggo said, Dr. Claude Anderson correctly said racism is a team sport. Our black so-called prominent leaders are literally doing everything in their power to disband the team we're trying to form. And when one is formed, they won't stop until it's properly railroaded. Facts. And I probably just need to read that as it was said. Dr. Claude Anderson correctly said racism is a team sport. Our black so-called prominent leaders are literally doing everything in their power to disband the team that we're trying to form. And when one is formed, they won't stop until it is properly railroaded. They already have ninjas in position. They always have throughout history. The first CIA agents ever, the first black ones ever, were hired to fuck up what Marcus Garvey was doing, trying to give black people their own rights in trade and commerce. The CIA and the government sent agents to destroy that shit. That's the reason why we don't have the same history in this country. The government conspired. Every time we try to do anything, they're so worried about us coming back and killing them, which they deserve, historically speaking, that they broke up any time black people were trying to get together. And every time I hear niggas talk about that, we so stupid, we so stupid. No, dumbass, read a book. You can't leave them out. That's just cowardice. And again, that's a white narrative. A white narrative is telling you, leave them out of it and blame yourself. That is a white narrative or a narrative put out by an Anglophile that doesn't know any better because they're a victim of this fucking brainwashing. Sluggo, I should have been able to CSI that. Yeah, any country that doesn't kiss their ass or go with America's narrative is a sworn enemy of the state. Facts. And facts on that, Sluggo, as well, about being railroaded. Sluggo saying, preach ABM on Israel. ABM. Here's something else. I spoke about this and didn't speak about it in this context. ABM said the USA played a hand in murdering Gaddafi because he was making moves to unite Africa. That's a fact. Making moves to unite Africa and fuck up what the USA was doing with the money. So again, these evil motherfuckers, these the complicit accomplice known as America, conspired to help get him out of power and put somebody in place that will behave in a manner that's more suitable for them. Again, these are all facts. I'm not going to short you. ABM says Cedric the Entertainer's show was a black family, but of course they moved a white family next to them. Yeah, that dynamic. Which I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that dynamic doesn't exist, but show all sides of it. But if they did that, they couldn't show themselves in a good light. Here's what it is. Sluggo said, we're subjugated to psychological warfare every time we turn on the television. Again, man, y'all preaching. My apologies. Couldn't get the damn thing off of mute. ABM said Latifah and Luda let me know not to take any time to watch that. Hey, man, look, I watched that shit. There were things. Fuck it, man. I normally don't do this. Crackers were acting up and everything was, no, don't do that. Be nice. Oh, sorry, we didn't. It was such bullshit. In today's day and okay, man. It was such bullshit. Being all nice and giving the benefit of a doubt to some people whose ass you should have kicked or killed. The fuck out of here, man. Especially, man, they have no right acting that way, especially with their history. And that shit it's always the don't do nothing shit. The ninja want to do something and the woman, no, you don't do nothing. All that stupid ass example. At any rate, that movie was so fucked up. I said, why did they do this shit? ABM said -92 incited savages to attack the Capitol police, and then pardon those savages. And people think he is goddamn, this shit is so dumb. -92 incited savages to attack the Capitol police, and then pardon those savages, and people think he is pro law enforcement. Again,
Who raised you?
how?
Who raised you?
These motherfuckers are so hypocritical and full of shit. Everything that they use as an excuse to ignore black murder or harassment, they completely turned away from when voting for nothing more than a white savage, because that's all they've really cared about. All they've ever cared about. Just be a white piece of shit, we'll vote for you. And the proof is in your fucking actions. Fuck what you're saying. Fuck your feelings. I'm looking at what you're doing. And it coincides with the shit I've been saying forever. Way before you voted for that motherfucker. But there's not much confirmation needed. But you still gonna have your same damn people. The first thing they want to say, everybody, all cops ain't bad. All white people ain't bad. Oh, that's real cute. But your problem is not with the ones that aren't bad. So if you're so much of a bitch, you won't talk about the ones that are, because they're the goddamn problem. I don't know how you're going to fix it. You don't vote away poor upbringing. You don't vote away being a piece of shit. You don't vote away being a goddamn psychopath. You don't vote away hate. Shit, what the fuck else do you need to see? Incited them to attack Capitol Police, and somehow he's pro-law enforcement. The whites are special with that one.
You gonna get us in trouble. You black, you live in America, you in trouble. I can't get you in no trouble.
Sluggo said they will still vote for him because their love of racism supersedes everything else. Nigga, preach. The killing thing about it is everything I'm saying and the tone I'm saying it in will be considered way more egregious and be way more upsetting to the average white person than what happened on January 6th. And that's the problem. The people that run the country are more offended by black words than white actions. So you can't expect any type of equality. And the people that are supposed to fight for it are only put in those positions so they can tell you why the whites can't change anything. And you have people telling you you're dumb because you don't want to continue with the same stupid cycle that yields no results. Other than what Dr. King said was bullshit and Malcolm X said was bullshit in the 50s and 60s. Symbolism and gradualism. 2025, man. Get the fuck out of here. ABM said propaganda the media and the government created was gangster rap. They blamed NWA, and when you analyze it, they never talked about the Crips or Bloods or killing other ninjas. They didn't. They talked about the police and expressing yourself and told stories about the environment they lived in. Once again, preach again, the whites in this country project their bullshit on us. They blamed NWA and rappers for our condition in this country, and a lot of our parents believe that. Stupid ass pastors and people in the church attacking rap music when all of that energy should have been used to attack the white America and the problem there that lied within white America. You should have been attacking the problem, which was white America and any ninja that backed up their bullshit. And instead, you're mad at ninjas that have found a way to make money in a fucking country full of people that put obstacles in their way. That's who you're attacking. Where's the NAACP when our history is being erased? What the fuck are they doing? That, again, that's an organization started by white people. A. Philip Randolph was the only ninja that was a part of being the founders. A. Philip Randolph once said Marcus Garvey is the biggest obstacle for Negro progress in this country. Not the fucked up white people he was living with. Marcus Garvey, who was liberating black people, giving us a purpose, creating businesses, trying to get commerce and trade so we could have our own shit. Marcus Garvey was black America's biggest problem, according to A. Philip Randolph. That's who they put in NAACP. They've always rewarded ninjas that push their bullshit agenda. I'm not saying he never did anything or wasn't trying, but for a ninja to say Marcus Garvey is our biggest problem in this country, no, I'm pretty sure it's all the white people you see every day. Are you out of your gut? Yes, He's our biggest problem because white America hates the fact that he's trying to make us independent and give us our own shit. They hate that, therefore they hate him. And you hate him because you're trying to appease them. Again, the first ninjas to ever be in the CIA were brought in to go destroy the Marcus Garvey movement. And they helped to do that quite well. Creating problems, breaking the law, and then arresting members of the movement for it, the laws that they broke, throwing parts in boats to destroy the engines. Astronomical economic warfare in that regard. And for all of that to be wiped away and to hear white people and even ninjas speak about it like everybody had the same opportunity, that's a goddamn lie. Because if we were left alone, we would have no problem. White people have always interfered because that's what they do. And to not know that, to not learn that, to be scared to say that out loud. Because the only other thing that's left when you do that is we're so stupid we can't get out our own way. And if you believe that, you don't know shit. Stop pushing a narrative that you didn't write. Jesus. But preach on that, ABM, and I didn't finish. Bomb dropped that. Y'all have chimed in on the topic quite a bit. Wait a minute. Sluggo said, Nick, not sure if you read this one. Facts, ABM. There's a book called National Security Cinema. I think I did read this. The shocking new evidence of governmental control in Hollywood. Yeah, I read that, sir. But again, they're allowed to engage in theater. Hey, man, great job by y'all today, man. Truly appreciate it. Hey, look, it's later than I want to be. And I don't want to be up much later than this doing the cows. I'm way past the 3-hour mark. So what I'm going to do, I still have some things to talk about, and I still got the cows. I want to talk about the NFL schedule. I haven't gotten to my NFL schedule talk yet. I want to talk a few things about that. Maybe elaborate on this subject just a little bit more. And I want to get into the Cow Wars. So I'm going to give you a short show tomorrow. Short meaning I should be able to keep it at about 2 hours, no more than 3, if y'all have a lot of commentary. So look for a show early tomorrow around 4-ish or so. ABM said, Nick, I sent you a sunken post. Okay, sir. You probably sent it to me on a different platform. I'm at the top of the chat, man. Thank y'all for the chat. Again, man, I had already decided once I got so far that the cows are going to be read tomorrow. Again, in respect to myself, I'm limiting my time to a degree because I can do this again tomorrow. Via email, I got you, sir. 4-ish Pacific time. That's funny, sir. That's funny. Thinking about tomorrow and how it's going to flow. Thursday's not going to be at work because of that. I'll say 5 o'clock Central tomorrow. 5 o'clock Central tomorrow. Anything later than that, I'll let you know. But 5 Central tomorrow. I have some NFL schedule talk I wanted to get into. Hopefully, I can get the Light Skywalker on and we can do the NBA talk that I wanted to get into with somebody else to go back and forth and really be more knowledgeable about this particular series and the playoffs this year in particular so I can have more insight. And then I want to get into do these cows, the NFL schedule, and I'll get into these cows as well. So hopefully I can have ABM do that tomorrow. ABM said, don't overpromise, Nick. I got y'all tomorrow, man. I got y'all. If something comes up with my side work and okay, let me say this. I should be on tomorrow. But y'all heard my best friend come on there a couple times. You know, this ain't normally my thing, but this is what it is. You know, he's private cat, so I'm not putting names out there. But my best friend is having surgery Thursday. So, you know, for those that do, you know, put those prayers up or whatever, wish them the best. You know what I'm saying? It's to remove something. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, y'all can imagine what I'm talking about. But it's to remove something. They found it early. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be all good. But surgery this Thursday. Having surgery this Thursday to get rid of that. Just found out recently. So That's my best friend having surgery this Thursday. That's who I'm kind of cutting grass with. I'm going to kind of help him out while he's recovering and all that shit. You know, I'll leave it at that. And that might have been too much, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's the only people that know me and know him know who the fuck I'm talking about. I ain't threw a name out there. So, you know, in this instance, I'll pull out all the stops, you know. Throw those up for me. Throw those up for me. But outside of doing some of that tomorrow, man, I'm going to give y'all a show tomorrow. Because I'm going to give y'all one tomorrow. It'll probably only be a couple hours long, but I'll give y'all one tomorrow. And when you're saying overpromise, you might be talking about yourself coming on, and that's fine. That's fine. But I'll continue tomorrow, 5 o'clock Central. NFL schedule. A couple of more things about the subject matter. NFL schedule, cows. Possibly some NBA commentary if I can get on the one that I call Light Skywalker to give me a little more insight on the playoffs that I did not sit down and watch to that degree. So I'm going to hit y'all with these cows tomorrow when it's not so late on the East Coast. As I look at it, it's almost 11, almost 10 o'clock my time. Ridiculous. But I thank y'all for the back and forth, which caused this show to go long. And once again, I'm going to short y'all on the outro. I'm going to get out of here because it's late, but I didn't want to disrespect the chat. And half the reason it's late is because I had multiple delays with Spreaker and the show kind of dropping. Whoops, that is the wrong. Didn't mean to do that. And that's really the reason why that happened. So those delays didn't help, which kind of delayed the show as well. So I appreciate the back and forth, which caused the show to go this long. I'll see what I can do. I believe for whatever reason, the Facebook connection, there was an issue. And that's why I had problems with the studio. That popped up after the second time it did that. So it must have had something to do with that. I said that shit again. ABM said, way to hang on in there, Nick, through technical delays. This show was on Spreaker. Who knew? I'm still stuck saying that. StreamYard. I'm still stuck saying that. Sluggo laughing, man. Whatever, man. Hey, look, appreciate y'all. Abbreviated outro. I'll do the proper one tomorrow. Hey, man, thank y'all for the back and forth. Thanks for the commentary. Thanks for the knowledge. I will see y'all tomorrow, 5 Central, 6 Eastern. I will do the continuation of the show. A couple of more thoughts on this, some NFL draft, some NFL schedule thoughts, a couple of NFL stories, and the reading of the Cow Awards. I'll see you tomorrow, 5 Central. Thank you for the back and forth. I consider it to be therapeutic. And I will do this part. Oh, let me say this too. Shout out to Moms. Love you. She taught me to get the number from the female so I can be in charge of the situation. That game has served me well up until this point in my life. Moms is coming down on the train. She will be here next Monday. So as I think about it, no show next Monday unless I do it really, really early. Probably no show next Monday. I'm going to be getting ready for my mom coming. And I'll let y'all know another reason why I'm probably going to give y'all a show tomorrow. But Moms will be here Monday. So shout out to Moms. And as always, closing the show, even on a abbreviated show, RIPDT. Pop taught me to think of all I speak, but do not speak all I think. Simply put, that means that sometimes you need to shut the fuck up or at least think about what it is you're about to say and who you're about to say it to. And as always, I take a shot for Pop, RIPDT. Appreciate y'all, man. We'll see y'all next time. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Cows tomorrow. NFL schedule and a couple of more thoughts on this particular subject matter. And as always, I want everybody to feel the pain of the cows. Appreciate y'all, man. Take care as always. Until next time, take care and be